Good evening. Welcome to the December 5th meeting of the Glendale City Council, being called to order at 6:04 p.m. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, council members Asadarian.
Here.
Devine.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian.
Here.
Mayor Brotman.
Here. And now, would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please remain standing for a moment for the invocation.
Let us begin by acknowledging that we are standing on the indigenous lands of the Gabrielino Tongva people. In recognition of International Day of Persons with Disabilities that was marked on December 3rd, let us take a moment to honor the courage, strength, and unique contributions of individuals with disabilities around the world. Let us recognize their invaluable role in enriching our communities and shaping a more inclusive and equitable world for all. May we reaffirm our commitment to creating environments that empower and embrace persons with disabilities, providing equal opportunities for growth, education, employment, and full participation in all aspects of life. Let us strive for a society where barriers are dismantled and every individual, regardless of ability, is celebrated for their talents and embraced for their differences. I would like to leave you with a quote from Helen Keller: "The best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt within the heart." Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, may we have your report, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the agenda for the December 5th, 2023 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on November 30th, 2023 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Okay, thank you. And what is our first item of business?
First item is presentations and appointments. Item A, agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 by Assistant City Manager John Tachtalian.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, members of council. We have 4 separate meetings next week, 3 in the afternoon. All 3 are special meetings. The first will be the Glendale Successor Agency, where the City Council will be asked to review the 24-25 recognized obligation payment schedule. The next special meeting will be a joint meeting of the Glendale City Council and the Housing Authority. One item on that particular agenda where, again, the body will be asked to note and file the fiscal year 22-23 Low and Moderate Income Housing Assets Fund annual report. The final special meeting of the City Council in the afternoon has 2 items on that agenda. The first is going to be a progress update on the general plan land use and circulation elements. And the second is the Montrose Shopping Park Business Improvement District's annual work plan for calendar year 2024, as well as seeking an extension of the management agreement. For the evening's regular City Council meeting, we have 4 consent items. First will be from Community Services and Parks regarding the State of California grant in the amount of $1.4 million. And that'll be to continue the expansion of the Early Care and Education Registered Apprenticeship Program. The next item will be amendment number 12 for the fiscal year 23-24 LA County Aging and Disability Department's fund allocation of $20,000 for elderly nutrition program. We'll also have 2 public works items under consent. The first will be award of a construction contract for the North Brand Boulevard Complete Streets Demonstration Project. And the last will be a resolution asking council to accept the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust Fund's grant for 3 battery electric buses.
Thank you.
2 action items.
Oh.
The first action item will be the Public Works Department's introduction of an ordinance for public and private tree protections, and the last will be GWP's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan.
How could I forget? Okay, thank you. And our next item, please.
Our next item is the appointment of Rima Gregorian Cameron to the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee, recommended by Brotman and Najarian, 11/07/2023.
Okay.
Mayor Brotman, Rima Gregorian Cameron's application has been cleared through the technical investigation regarding term limits, I guess we could best call it. She is a very qualified individual. and you and I had discussed this previously. I will move her appointment.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Okay. And let's have roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. And congratulations to Ms. Gregorian Cameron, if she's listening. Okay, our next item.
Our next item is the appointment of Jeffrey Head to the Historic Preservation Commission, recommended by Divine and Brotman, 11/28/2023.
Okay, and I did raise this last week? Yeah, last week. Councilmember Devine and I did interviews for the Historic Preservation Commission, and we interviewed 3 highly qualified people. We selected Jeffrey Head, who is somebody with a lot of experience doing writing and research on architecture, architectural history, landscape architecture, and I have a list of his books and articles, which goes several pages long. And I think he will be a very strong addition to our Historic Preservation Commission. So with that, I guess I would like to get a motion and a second.
So moved.
I'll move
Well,
that
second.
item.
Well, doesn't
Okay.
require a second.
We'll let Councilmember Devine move it because
I will move it.
she was on the panel
He's
with me. And
great. No,
we
he'll
have
be great.
Councilmember Kasakian seconding, and roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. And congratulations to Jeffrey Head, if he is listening. Okay, and what is next?
Next is the identification of nominating panel for Civil Service Commission. Asatrian and Brotman will be on the panel. And the following is the identification of nominating panel for Civil Service Commission. Again, another position on the Civil Service Commission by Brotman and Devine.
And I do have a comment on this because I have been on 2 panels already for civil service. I was on with Councilmember Devine and I was on with Councilmember Asatrian. I know this is the way it comes up in the rotation, but I'm wondering if my colleagues might want to make a change, because I feel a little strange being on a panel for 4 of the 5 seats on this important commission. Is there a mechanism for us to kind of reconsider our order here?
Mr. Mayor, you would have to ask us to bring it back to, the policy to bring it back to revise it. So we'd have to go through our process. You could ask for it now. We bring it back next week on the agenda for you to agendize it, and then we'll bring it back as soon as we can. Probably would be January.
Okay, what do my colleagues think about this?
I agree. I think that, our intent wasn't to have
It just happens over.
such panels. And from what I recall in the past, like, we hadn't had this issue before when we had the other random or sequencing. So I would support that, for us to look into this.
This is why we went to the 1 council member, 1 commissioner process, but I don't have an objection looking. I mean, you should be able to, any council member who feels that they've been overly represented or have, too much opportunity should be able to waive their position and give it to the next person in line.
Okay,
Right, I agree.
But we need a policy for that, so I would
Okay.
support your.
okay.
Your-
So staff, you'll bring that back and,
It'll be on the, councilman request agenda for next week, and then we'll follow up with that subsequently.
okay, thank you. Okay, and what is next?
Next are consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
Anybody pulling an item?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
We don't have any calls or cards or anything?
don't have any
Okay,
calls or
just to make
cards.
sure. Okay, motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Thank you. And what is next?
Next are city council and staff comments.
Okay, who would like to begin? Councilmember Najarian?
Well, 'tis the season. There were many, many events this past week. I'm sure all of us were at most of them. The Christmas tree lighting, which was great, the Montrose Christmas parade, and other events throughout. Everyone be safe out there as we roll into this Christmas season. Kids are a little more excited than usual. That means crossing the street, making sure you're going the speed limit, you're not distracted. Bicyclists are out, and please guard your belongings when you are out shopping. There obviously is always an uptick in things like shoplifting from our retail areas. Well, I don't want to talk about more. I'm going to save some for the rest of you. You know what I'm talking about. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Devine?
I reiterate what Councilmember Najarian said, the Christmas tree lighting and the parade. The parade was wonderful, and I just wish that the Christmas spirit would be all year round. People were thoughtful and kind and happy and joyful, and it was just a fantastic feeling. So please keep that in mind as you go through the season. Keep that spirit alive. Thank you.
Councilmember Satrian? I'm just going down the line here.
Sure. I'll join my colleagues. It really was a wonderful tree lighting ceremony and the parade. I did take Buddy for the first time, and I think he was, the kids loved him. I will say that when we're doing the tree lighting ceremony, I know that the programming has kind of been similar throughout the years. I don't know what additional outreach we're doing, but I think it would be worthwhile for us to incorporate different cultures and the celebration of different religions and holidays that are celebrated within the programming of the tree. I know that each of us make those remarks when we're up there, but it should be part of the program as well. And then I have two things. One is Councilmember Paula Devine and I are on the panel for the Planning Commission, and we'd like to reappoint Talene Shabazian. And so I'd like to agendize that. And I had an opportunity to meet with AT&T last week. We talked extensively about their affordable connectivity program. I'd like for us to set up a meeting where it looks like they're doing a lot of outreach with different cities for this, and I'd like to see staff, reach out to them and coordinate some outreach, because I know that they haven't done anything with Glendale in the past. I think especially with inflation and the high cost of living these days, any support we can get to our low-income residents would be meaningful. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kasakian?
I thought all the events for the holidays, the Christmas tree lighting, the parade, it was all wonderful. And I echo my colleagues' sentiments. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll just add that for the Montrose Glendale Christmas Parade, if you didn't see it, the five of us did something unusual, and that is we went through the parade on bicycle rickshaws, electric bicycle rickshaws, or sometimes called surreys. You call it a surrey? Surrey with the fringe on. Surrey with the fringe on top. Anyway, we had the team from Jewel City Eco Rides volunteer to take us, and I thought it kind of added some color and was consistent with our interest in being green, and because these were electric vehicles, and it was a lot of fun. So
Want to
Yeah,
thank.
you definitely got me on a bike.
I got you on a bike, right? Not actually riding it yourself, but you were on it. But I want to thank Santiago Vallejo, I think his last name is. I hope I got that right, from Jewel City Eco Rides for taking us around. I also wanted to mention that we had our annual electric vehicle test drive event, which I stopped by. It looked very popular. There were many more models, I think, than we had last year. The Rivian, the Ford F-150, and many others. I haven't. I don't know if you have, Mr. Galani, the data on how many people came or anything, but it looked like it was a very well-attended event. And this year, we added to it an opportunity for people to test ride electric bicycles. So that was a first for us. So I thought I'd mention that. Another thing I will mention is this morning, I attended a site visit by the California Natural Resources Agency to look at an area which is adjacent to Chevy Chase Road in the canyon that's been identified by a group called the Arroyo and Foothills Conservancy as a potential wildlife crossing location. They have negotiated an agreement with a property owner to purchase a parcel of land to create an opportunity to connect, different kind of currently, separated areas to allow wildlife to, move around and not be isolated in one small area. So the visit was part of a grant application because they're applying to the California Natural Resources Agency for funds to be able to purchase this property. The property owner was there. Graham Whiffler from the Chevy Chase Estates Association was there, folks from Caltrans. There was a representative from the Gabrielino Tongva community and many others. It was a good visit. And if the Arroyo and Foothills Conservancy gets the grant, I know they're going to come to us because they want to discuss one particular issue. There are a number of things, but one in particular is how do we make sure that we don't have accidents on Chevy Chase Drive with animals crossing and people sometimes going very quickly downhill. So we might want to, we might have to look at some traffic calming strategies or some kind of motion activated detector that puts a flashing light there or something like that. But we'll see when we get to that. They're going to come to us and ask for our support. Okay, and then my last thing is I want to nominate Stephen Rifle, that's R-Y-F-L-E, to the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control Board. I should say did I say reappoint? Yes, I meant reappoint if I didn't say it. We appointed him in early 2023 to fill a vacancy. His term expires at the end of this year, and he's interested in being reappointed to a full term. So if I put that up, I don't need a second or anything. No, and then next week we can vote on it because we got to get it in before the end of the year. That's it for me. Thank you. Okay, what's our next item?
Our next item is community event announcements. We do not have any cards or
Okay.
callers.
Okay.
And
And I failed to ask whether there were staff comments. No? Okay. Okay. Okay, then we move on to
action items.
action items. Okay, what's our first action item?
First action item is Police Department regarding Police Department brand standardization with procurement provided by Accent Enterprise, Inc., hardware and software upgrades to include in-car video systems, body-worn cameras, drones, interview room cameras, and technology to support the Real-Time Intelligence Center. One, resolution adopting Accent Enterprise, Inc.'s in-car video systems, body-worn cameras, drones, interview room cameras, storage, technology licenses, hardware, and software as the city's standard for the police department and dispensing with competitive bidding, authorizing the city manager or designee to procure related hardware, software parts, maintenance, and services. 2, resolution of appropriation.
Thank you. Mr. Kalanian?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Brotman, member City Council. I'm going to invite Lieutenant Sean Riley to present this item for your consideration.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City staff. I'm Lieutenant Sean Riley. And for your consideration this evening will be a resolution making Axon Enterprises a brand standard for the police department, as well as a general fund appropriation for this fiscal year. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you. So this really is an integrated technology ecosystem that brings together a bunch of different things, such as our in-car video, body-worn camera, our drones, our LPR technology, all of these things to save staff time and provide us with this ability to increase community trust and partnerships, and also allow us the ability to audit and improve our own systems. In addition, we have multiple partner agencies, such as the Pasadena Police Department, Burbank, the Sheriff's Department, LAPD, all on Axon. So it gives us the ability to share with them in real-time information when it's appropriate. And another big plus for the police department is the DA's office exclusively uses evidence.com for case filing information and discovery requests. And so we're able to do those seamlessly through evidence.com. Perfect. So with approval of this resolution, the police department will be upgrading our aging in-car video system and our body-worn cameras, plus renewing licenses and warranties. In addition, we're going to be adding 40 body-worn cameras and the supporting licenses to support our custody operations, as well as our police service officers who are assigned to parking and report writing. We'll be adding 9 drones, and then again supporting our 9 interview room cameras, our TASER program, and then as we move to the next slide, I will talk about the additional services and hardware that we're going to be having with this contract. We'll be able to live stream video feeds from our body-worn cameras, in-car video drones, our LPR, and then the license plate reader technology will now be in all 91 vehicles out on the street, and that'll be supporting our flock cameras, which will be 48 fixed flock cameras throughout the city. And then all of this will then be able to support our real-time intelligence center, which is one of the department's initiatives for 2024 and one of Chief Sid's visions for the police department. And that will help us, improve our response times, allow key decision makers to make decisions in real time by watching this video. And then it will also allow us to hopefully solve crimes more efficiently and effectively. And then lastly, the fiscal impact for this will be a general fund appropriation for $873,166 for this fiscal year, and then the future years will be included within the police department's budget. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions?
I have a question. I've been hearing more and more about these license plate readers. And just recently, I guess there was an arrest in LA of the fella that had killed 3 homeless men and followed home. Another gentleman killed him, and they caught him by these license plate reader. Are those in the police cars, or is that the flock? Which technology is being used for that? I mean, I'm more and more impressed with this as I hear these stories.
So that particular case was a Beverly Hills case. Within 24 hours of the Sheriff's Department identifying the vehicle, Beverly Hills Police Department picked it up on one of their stationary flock cameras.
Stationary flock.
And so we'll have a total of 48 stationary flock cameras throughout the city when we're done implementing all of them. But in addition to that, with this new technology, we'll be putting them into every single police vehicle, which equates to about 91 we'll have, plus or minus, on the street. And all of those read 3 lanes of traffic, so just really enhancing and picking up plates all over the city all the time.
Well, this technology is really amazing and really helpful. And I also think that we were able to make arrests in the smash and grabs at the Americana because of this license plate technology.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Comments?
I'll move the item.
Okay.
If no one else.
Second.
Second. Okay, moved by Councilmember Devine, seconded by Councilmember Kasakian. Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is city manager regarding direction on the formation of Human Relations Coalition. 1 motion to note and file report, 2 motion directing staff.
Okay, Mr. Galania?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, this item is brought to you, presented to you in response to a request by council that was initiated by Mayor Brotman to consider the launching of an initiative to address dangerous, divisive, and hate speech in Glendale. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Armine Hunanian, our Principal Administrative Officer, to make the presentation.
Is the mic
We
on?
can't,
Can you turn on your,
is it on?
Miss-
Maybe move it closer also,
yes,
if you can.
we got it.
You got it? Okay, great, thank you, sorry about that. Okay, let's start again. So before you, we have a report on the formation of Human Relations Coalition. And on June 13th, the City Council requested that staff bring forward a report on Human Relations Coalition with a goal of bringing the community together. In response to the council's request, staff has researched the city's past human relations efforts and gathered information from surrounding agencies for council discussion and consideration that includes options for Glendale. In brief history, in terms of past efforts, Glendale Human Relations Efforts was formed in 1963. In mid-1970s, the coalition played a pivotal role in Glendale with Glendale Unified School District with different anti-drug programs and multicultural programs. From 1980 to 1985, the Human Relations Coalition involvement waned, basically. And then come back in 1986, the coalition revived in response to a harassment incident, and a new committee was formed in 1987, which was specifically for police department to address discrimination and harassment. In 1994, former Mayor Eileen Givens established a Human Relations Coalition to address hate crimes and racial tensions. And finally, in early 2000, community tensions increased again due to an incident with a Hoover High student. The coalition eventually disbanded, and in 2008, Council reconsidered its human relations efforts by opting for facilitated community discussions over a formal committee. This next part of my presentation will be specifically focused on the research conducted on surrounding agencies. And in terms of research, in terms of outreach, we reached out to and held conversations and had meetings with the following representatives to obtain more information. With LA County, we met with Tony Kauser, which then in return, they connected us to Department of Justice, and also Marshall Wong for crime data. For LA City, we have met with Capri Maddox, Executive Director, and one commission and her staff. For City of Burbank, we have met with, we had conversation with Marsha Ramos. With the City of Pasadena, we had a conversation with the commission staff representative. And Department of Justice, we met with Libby Jacobson, which is a specialist for Western region of U.S. Department of Justice. We have also had a conversation with YMCA of Glendale with George Salaki, the executive director. With that, Here's a brief overview of the surrounding agencies in terms of their commission and their structures. The structures within the agencies, they range from volunteer organizations to a fully staffed or, for example, fully staffed commission like City of Los Angeles. In most cases, the elected officials appoint members, and they also meet on monthly basis. Some highlights I'm going to cover some brief overview of some of the programs throughout different agencies that we spoke with. For example, County of LA, their LA versus Hate Initiative program is a great collaboration among county and community organizations. This program basically focuses on developing programs that reduce and prevent hate crimes. City of Los Angeles, they're focused on equity and empowerment, racial equity, hate prevention, upward mobility, and youth programming. The commission for City of LA sees itself as a bridge between the community and the city when dealing with any conflicts. City of Los Angeles' civil rights programs provide enforcement, citywide campaign, peace and healing centers as well. City of Burbank's Human Relations Council partners with LA County and Burbank Police Department, Family Service Agency of Burbank, and they track hate crimes and incidents and offer assistance to any of the victims. They also work with Burbank Unified School District and the City of Burbank and the community to investigate and moderate intergroup conflicts. For City of Pasadena, we looked into one of their main initiatives and campaigns, Pasadena United Against Hate. This campaign also resulted from Pasadena's collaboration with LA versus Hate. It's intended to be a community-driven approach and to empower people to unite against and report and resist hate. With the Department of Justice, they serve as America's peacemaker for communities facing tension based on their differences. They offer facilitation, mediation, training, and consultation services to enhance community problem solving, abilities to build capacity to address conflict, tension, and hate crimes as well. Moving into the next part of my presentation, based on what staff found with the surrounding agencies and by looking at our own commissions and committees, staff offered the council the following 6 options. Technically, we could launch a public outreach campaign or create an all-volunteer-based coalition, which is comprised of community members. We have the option of creating a formal coalition with a specific scope and designated time frame. Or we could create a formal commission coalition with members being appointed by the council. Now, we could also add to that and we can have additional seats available for community stakeholders as well if we choose to go to another option. And finally, we could add human relations scope to an existing city or board commission. There are some advantages and disadvantages within these 6 options. Quickly, I will go over them. So if we launch a public outreach campaign, some advantages are it will be a fast implementation, and we potentially could partner with LA County. Some disadvantages could be the duration. It could be limited. And some longer campaigns could be costly as well. If we create an all-volunteer-based coalition comprised of community members, advantage to that is it will be less reliance on city staff resources, and it would empower the community. And the disadvantage for this one would be possibly there will be no direct control or influence by the city. If the council creates a formal coalition with a specific scope and designated time frame, the advantage will be that we could use the past participants and they would have the historical knowledge to be serving in that capacity. And the disadvantage on this one would be the limited duration, no succession, city staff costs, and also Brown Act requirements. Moving on with, if we create a formal commission coalition with members appointed by the city council, and or we also add to that additional seats for community stakeholders, the advantage would be the direct control and influence by the city for commissioners and programming. And the disadvantage possibly will take longer to implement. City staff costs and also Brown Act requirements will be part of that. And finally, human relations, if we add this human relations scope to our existing any board or commission, it will be, the advantage is that it will be, we could implement it very quickly because it's an existing committee or commission. But the disadvantage would be, it will be diluted in a case, in a sense that the focus for the human relations specifically, and possibly the interest level of the commissioners. With that, if you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. And there are no calls, no cards. Huh. Okay. Comments, questions around the dais? Councilmember Kasakian?
Sure. I think that there's some interesting historical information in this report. It was valuable, interesting for me to see how far back the concept of a human relations coalition went, and that some of the issues that we struggle with as a community today are ones that we've struggled with for a long time, not the least of which is trying to overcome discrimination against people who are ethnically different from place of origin, race. I'm interested to see us revive some of these past practices, yet I don't know if I'm entirely sold on any particular avenue presented here. Perhaps my interest is in proceeding and treading carefully and lightly, and casting a wide net within the community. So how that is, I'm willing to hear from my colleagues. I would say that the one area that I'm a little hesitant from is formalizing it as a city institution yet, although I'm not against that in the future. I just want to see what it is, what issues a committee would propose to tackle. So something along the lines of an ad hoc group I would be okay with, but I don't think that we need to formally create something yet. There are a lot of areas that deserve our attention. Certainly this is one of them, but I would like to see a community come together, discuss what issues they would present to us before we formalized it.
Okay.
We go next.
Councilmember Devine.
Thank you. I agree with a lot that Councilmember Kasakian has said. I know we had a faith-based coalition, and I'm thinking that they might be the nexus for forming a human relations committee. And I like the Burbank model because it is volunteer. It will not, staff would not be involved, it would not cost the city extra funding, but yet we would get the community involved, and that's what we need. We need representation from the community. I am not for the formal coalition. I think the cons, the limited duration, no succession, city staff costs, Brown Act, that's just overkill. The formal commission. If you wanted to add this, the scope to an existing board or commission, maybe the Commission on the Status of Women. I mean, human relations and it kind of goes along with their philosophy, their ideology. But for now, I think no formalization, and I also think we should look at creating, and perhaps through this faith-based coalition, create a volunteer-based coalition of community members.
Okay. Councilmember Victoria.
Well, I can assure everyone that men are caring too, And I know you didn't mean it that way.
What did I say?
It said that the Women's Commission is the appropriate place.
No, I
for it.
absolutely didn't mean that. You know
Okay,
that.
I know. I know you didn't mean it that way, but I'm very sensitive about that. I do agree with both of my colleagues, Councilmember Kasakian and yourself. I don't think we need to formalize this. I think we need to maybe, the report is great, maybe have a committee, like a tiger team, in case there is an incident, we can quickly pull together different branches of our community to engage in a discussion of the issues that might arise. I don't see an ongoing, of course, there's always flare-ups of hate and insensitivity and inhumanity in any city, but I don't see this as a pervasive problem at this point. You know, things can change at the drop of a hat. Perhaps have, keep something under wraps, keep the plan under wraps, and in case it is necessary, we could engage and come back to council with, for some direction as to what type of commission or group or coalition that we want to put together. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Satrio?
So I would also like a non-formal. I will say that I think this was like 2006, 7, 8, 9, around those years. There was a group that I remember that I used to be the ED for ANC at the time. We were part of that. They had also brought in some organizations that were dealing with schools and putting together programming. I don't know whatever happened to that group, but it was a coalition of different ethnic groups, different religious groups. I do think that the faith-based organizations should be part of that, but it shouldn't be driven by faith-based organizations. I think it should be a variety. I do think that it's worthwhile for us not to wait for incidents to come up. I think we're living in a time where there seems to be a lot of tension on different sides, and any group that can come together to help resolve some of those issues and work together in, actually, even like with the public outreach campaign, I know you have that listed. I think maybe that's something that we also just kind of incorporate into our work as we're working on our social media programs and whatnot. We know some of the things that we hear out in the community and what the tensions are, and so I don't think you need a formal committee to host events or talks. But more importantly, I think the reason that I loved some of the programming that came out of that committee was it wasn't like just town halls where people came and spoke. It was programming for students and educational. It was like bringing, I know there was tensions between Glendale High School and Hoover High School at the time. There were issues between Latino and Armenian students at the time. And so they were bringing together the different student groups that were spending the day together and collaborating. And so I would like to see something be put together. I don't want us to wait. I think, on any given day, there's something that happens in this community that impacts one group or another. I would like to see something where it is tied to the city, though. Not necessarily that it's a formal process and we're the ones putting it together, but there should be some representation from the city, so we're also part of that conversation. We also have an opportunity to take the information that comes out of that commission for us to also think about programming and things that we need to do at City Hall. I would be open for it to be something like an ad hoc committee. I was also thinking about very similar to how we put together like the Armenian Genocide Commemoration Committee, right? Where it's a group of folks that get together and have a mission, but it's not formal meetings and whatnot. So perhaps it is the Commission on the Status of Women that is not only included but kind of serves that point. But I think for the public outreach and engagement portion, it would be worthwhile for it to be somebody also that can relay information back to our communications staff, if it's not the staff themselves. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. Okay, I think I may be coming from a little bit of a different perspective, but probably closer to what Councilmember Satrin just described. I mean, I do think I think there is something pervasive. I think that we're seeing clearly an upsurge in hateful and demeaning speech. Seen swastikas recently around the city, and I don't have to go through the whole list, but many communities have been targeted. LGBTQ community, of course, Jewish community, Armenian community, AAPI during COVID in particular. So I don't think this is a passing thing. I think that there is something fundamentally different out there today than there was 5 or 10 years ago. And you know, especially we have a major party candidate for president who describes his political enemies as vermin and talks about immigrants poisoning the blood of our country. That's kind of in the ether. And I think that enables or at least creates permission for people to say things that they would otherwise feel are socially unacceptable. So I would really like us to do something substantial. I mean, what form it takes, you know, maybe I'll get to some of my thoughts on that in a minute, but I don't think it's something we should kind of just throw to the Status of Women Commission or something. I think we really should be on this as a council and take this seriously. I was thinking about, like, what are the things that we would want a group to do, right? That's kind of the basic question, like, what do we want? So I was kind of thinking to myself, and I took some notes, and, you know, and I came up with like 4 or 5 things. You know, one of them is educate people so they understand the consequences of hateful and demeaning speech. I think a lot of people don't understand. They think it's harmless. But I think we know that this kind of speech, although it's not criminal, it doesn't rise to the level of a hate crime, it has this kind of corroding, corrupting quality to it. And we know that, you know, and I don't want to be histrionic. I mean, it's not like we're facing any kind of genocide here and now, but the way genocides have always started is by this kind of low-level speech, targeting an outgroup, using kind of creating fear that they're a threat, that they're dirty, that they're, you know, cockroaches, vermin, all those kinds of things. That's what kind of it kind of creates an environment where people think, well, not only is it justified to commit violence, but it's necessary to protect my family, to protect my community. So we know that that's how these things go. And so I think it's important for us to educate people so that they understand, they make the linkage. I think we need robust reporting so we can track what is happening here, the hate speech, the demeaning speech, the dangerous speech that's happening, even if it doesn't rise to the level of a hate crime. I know the police department will tell us about the hate crimes, but there's that low-level stuff that I think should be reported. And I know LA County Commission on Human Relations has a 211 number, and they track this kind of thing. So that's number 2. Number 3, I think we may want to consider some kind of facilitated dialogue. We've had this kind of thing in the past. I know talking to George Cycli from YMCA, he said that there was an effort called Neighbors in Dialogue, which brought together groups that in a facilitated, safe kind of environment to have these difficult conversations. I think that's something we should consider. And I think that partly, you know, doing like something similar to an LA versus hate type campaign here, it's sending a message, you know, to potential perpetrators that this kind of speech is not okay. And it also equally sends a message to victims that, you know, we have their back, right? And that they're not alone. And in some of these cases, I know you put this in the report, there are services for victims to help victims, you know, deal with the things they hear and how they're feeling about that. So I think those are things we need to do. Now, I know the question is, how should it be formed and all that. And I've talked to Marcia Ramos in the past on Burbank, and I've talked to Robin Toma, who does the LA County Commission on Human Relations. He's the executive director. I kind of feel like if it's purely City Hall led, it's not great because you need the whole community to be bought in, right? You don't want it to be just kind of perceived as driven by the politics of the day. If it's purely volunteer, though, what seems to happen is you get a lot of energy because you have a few leaders, and then they move on, or they get busy with something else, and there isn't the continuity. So I'm kind of feeling like, how do we blend the two? How do we do something where it is very much community-led? We've got a lot of community groups involved, but we make sure that maybe at some level of staff support, providing some funding, providing a venue, marketing support, something to make sure that this group is supported and keeps going. That's what I would recommend, some kind of a blend between city-led and purely volunteer. So that's, and I heard, a couple things like maybe get an ad hoc committee together like we did with the Blue Ribbon Commission on pensions, like we did with the Landlord Tenant Commission. Maybe we get a group of people together to work on this a little bit more, and kind of give us some recommendations. I hope, it doesn't take a year to do it, but maybe get a group who, and maybe they can make some interim recommendations. It doesn't mean that we have to wait till they're done and they have a report, but maybe maybe they could start working on a campaign, and we can get the LA County Commission on Human Relations to support us. They have a lot of resources. They've told us many times they'll help us with a kind of a Glendale versus hate, or however we want to frame it. They've got training videos that they do that they can provide to us. They've got lots of, they can help us build capacity. That's what they do, and they're willing to do it, and they work with other cities. So I would like to see us kind of do something that is structured. And maybe, given what I'm hearing from all my colleagues, maybe the way to get started is through some kind of a ad hoc committee rather than jumping right into a full-blown commission or something like that. And I think that's what I heard you say, and I think I heard that kind of generally around the dais. Councilmember Kasaka.
So I think a couple of thoughts and things I'd want to add is the problem or the challenge to any good idea is or effort is finding a way to make it sustainable. And obviously the city has had various efforts in the past and they have gone by the wayside. So I think the first place to start is try and see if there's anyone left who was involved in the initial efforts and find out why efforts in the past did not succeed. And perhaps it is because there wasn't enough city support, but I would start with a survey of those individuals in those groups. I know some of them have since passed. The late Dick Seeley was involved and oftentimes would talk about this, and he's no longer with us. So that would be one place. But for me, ultimately, it's not to impose necessarily anyone's specific values on anyone else. Like, I would say that it's more important for us to find a way to disagree in agreeable and civil ways, to, sure, remove some of the more hateful and caustic terms from our vocabulary. You mentioned the president. Look, I will say that, and again, I
Not the president, the ex-president.
former president, but still once president,
Yeah.
always referred to as president, and also a candidate for president who also referred to certain people in the country as deplorables. I mean, it goes both ways. And to be fair, it reminds me of a Bugs Bunny cartoon, The Barber of Seville, where Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd, in an effort to outdo each other, keep chasing each other off stage and coming back with greater and worse weapons until finally they settle their differences. But the point is, we shouldn't, I think the more important thing is for us to have conversations like the Neighbors in Dialogue. I think that's critical and important. I would like to explore that idea more. See how we can bring people around the table to have conversations. Because I think what's happening right now, Mayor, more importantly than us as authoritative figures saying this is what, as figures of authority to say this is what we expect or this is what we want, I think what we need to do is bring people together to have conversations, which people are not doing anymore. You know, our civic organizations, our community service organizations are all dwindling in terms of membership and participation. People are siloing themselves in their homes. People are interacting with each other only from behind the computer screen. And I think that is elevating the viciousness. And prior to this, we've seen how in the schools there has been issues of bullying. And both the bullying starts virtually or digitally and then manifests itself physically. So I think that if we can create channels where people can have dialogue first and then identify from the public what are the areas where they can see improvement, I would be for those types of efforts. And I am not against having the city involved in a greater capacity. If the county can provide us with resources, that's fine. But I think that we should look within ourselves and look within the nonprofits and organizations that we have here locally that have been involved with these types of efforts in the past and try and tap into and find out what we can do to help enhance their efforts. Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Where do we take this?
Good
What are
question.
you hearing
Good
from all of us?
question, Mayor Brotman. By the
Oh,
sound
I'm
of-
sorry, and I did receive a card, so maybe you can make your comment, and then I will call
Sure.
the speaker.
It does sound like, again, I'll open it up to council's final direction. Sounds like council's not ready to pick one of these options, as some are formal, some informal. But from what I gather, you rather see staff go and seek volunteers and the community leaders to come together, start that dialogue, put together some options, request that LA County Coalition perhaps partner with this group, and then once we've put some thought into it, we have come up with some scope that group of folks, volunteers, want to see where to take this coalition in the future, then we'll bring an item back to council with further details of what they've been able to generate moving forward. And we'll try to do it in an expeditious manner. It won't take a year, but to bring together a number of different organizations and their representatives, it's going to take some time. But we'll get there and we'll bring back a report.
Well, let me call up the speaker. We might have some more questions before we're done. Arik Sinanian.
Hello. So I think this is a great idea, although I don't think it's going to work here because I think this area is full of hypocrites because all you do is talk about stuff like this and you haven't done one thing when an actual microaggression was made here by Paula Devine and also a city staff member after that who was sent by Paula Devine to attack me on my personal Instagram page and violate my First Amendment rights. I work on stuff like this all the time. I have an organization called Bridging the Borders. We've been around since 2020. We work on Armenian Indigenous issues and also collaborating with other groups, other marginalized groups. And I myself am a community organizer. I've brought up numerous issues that relate to this topic. None of you guys ever reply. None of you guys ever reach out. The incident with Paula Devine, no one has reached out to me still. My First Amendment rights were violated, and I don't feel that you represent this at all. You could sit there and talk all you want, but each and every one of you are a hypocrite because you don't actually believe in this. You're just talking about it because it's the next thing to talk about and because LA County is talking about it. And about that statement that you make every time, it's very performative. If you didn't know, that's called performative allyship. You don't actually mean that. You make a statement about Indigenous people, but you don't actually support human rights and you don't support the communities that you claim to represent. So regardless of whether this happens or not, which obviously you guys don't want to waste any resources on, you don't actually believe in human rights. Each and every one of you. I've emailed you guys multiple times about this issue and other issues that relate to this. You don't care. You have your political career. You want to run for California Assembly. You don't want to ruffle any feathers. You don't want to call out a colleague for being racist or making a racist statement or misspeaking. You don't want to call them out because you're too scared. And there's numerous Armenians up here, and honestly, it's a fucking shame. You're a snake. If you don't care about this, then why are you sitting up here? I don't get it. Like, what are you doing up here? You don't care about the First Amendment, right? You want to send your city staff member to attack me on my personal Instagram and do nothing about it after I raise it up to you guys numerous times? Is that acceptable behavior in Glendale or in anywhere? Is that okay to you? I talked to you about it after. You're gonna look into it, right? I get why people are suing you guys. I get why people hate you guys. Because of this, you sit here and talk about human relations and human rights, but when someone tries to defend it,
Okay, your time
you
is
don't
up.
talk to them. You ignore them.
Okay, please take your
Got
seat, and I will explain, I will clarify a few things, because you're saying a lot of things that are just plain falsehoods. First of all, nobody sent Mari Mansourian to send anything to your Instagram. Nobody sent her. That's just a lie. Excuse me, it's my turn now. You had your 3 minutes. Nobody sent her. She didn't violate any of our social media rules. She wrote on your personal Instagram as an individual. She has her First Amendment rights to say that she thinks you did something inappropriate. She was not speaking as a representative of the city. She was upset at your treatment of a council member, and I understand her upset. And her message I've read, it's pretty benign. It's not this horrific harassment and bullying that you describe. I also suggest you be a little more careful with your facts. You say that nobody has contacted you. That's not true. I wrote to you on October 17th. You asked if I was going to be at my Wednesday coffee so you could express your grievances. My answer was no, I'm in Korea. In any case, and I'm reading, any concern should be directed to Councilmember Devine. She obviously misspoke. She is and always has been a great supporter of Armenian issues. Sometimes people use words that are less than artful. I'm sure you have done so yourself. Face-to-face conversation is the way to address things like this, not social media, not email campaigns. Maybe you didn't like how I responded, Mr. Sinanian, but I responded, okay? After you got up here and you started shouting profanities at us, I stopped responding to you. And I will no longer respond to you because I think you're completely out of line. Lastly, and I hesitated to bring this up before, but for all your self-righteousness about racism and microaggressions, you once spoke to me in a way that I could easily interpret it as anti-Semitic. Okay, remember when we were at a coffee shop in Montrose? Remember that? We were talking about Armenophobia in Glendale. Excuse me, it's my turn. I gave you your 3 minutes. I didn't interrupt you. Okay. Okay, I'm doing it right now. Excuse me. But I listened, and when it came time to give my perspective, I referred to my experience with anti-Semitism, and you immediately expressed the view that it's not the same. Not the same. What I heard, whether you meant it or not, was that anti-Semitism isn't on the same level as Armenophobia. It's just not that important. Your response was a microaggression, sir. It was a microaggression. I didn't bring it up because I know you're young and inexperienced. I'll leave it there because he left. Sorry, I'm getting a little shaky. I do get emotional about this, but he has upset me, and I felt like I needed to say something. Okay.
And I thank you.
Okay. Let's get back to our business at hand.
So,
Human Relations Commission.
yes, we have some
committee.
additional work to do.
Okay.
We'll do some outreach. We'll connect with faith-based community organizations, leaders in the community, bring them together and generate some concepts, ideas, plans, and bring it back for your final blessing before we move forward.
Okay. And could we, I'm just thinking how we might want to suggest people to talk to, because I think, for instance, I'm thinking George Cycli. Definitely,
George Cycli
because
is definitely on the list. Yes.
Marsha Ramos. I mean, there are a lot of,
Right.
and Robin Toma from the,
Yes.
but many others. I mean, that's not exclusively that. So can we individually just make suggestions?
Suggestions, but not recommendations for appointment, because then our city attorney will have issues
No,
with
not
that.
appointment, but just people to talk to, people to consult with. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I do want to emphasize something that Councilmember Kasakian noted. This isn't about pushing one's ideals on one group, and making sure that if we are creating a group, we're creating a group of folks that come from different backgrounds, and there's an opportunity for dialogue. I think if we are going to have these like work meetings or whatever they're going to be, it would be worthwhile to hear from each group of what they see as issues that they would like to see addressed within this. You can be an ally to a group, but you are not from that group, and so I think it's important for us to hear from them directly. So,
Understood.
okay, do we need, is this a note and file? We need a motion, a second to,
You don't have to. I mean, I think you've provided direction, and it seems
Okay.
that there's a unanimous assent to the recommendation made by Mr. Galanian.
okay, any objections, any other comments? Are we on the same page? I think more or less. Okay. Okay, very good. Then let's move on to the next item, please.
Next item is action item C, City Attorney regarding discussion of potential ballot measures amending city charter. One, resolution authorizing placing on the ballot questions of amending the charter of the city of Glendale to allow for alternate locations for council meetings, for the council to prescribe the standards and procedures of awarding city contracts for certain urgency ordinances for the immediate preservation of public health, safety, or welfare to be introduced and adopted at the same meeting, and to make other miscellaneous changes to the charter, directing city attorney to prepare impartial analysis. 2, motion directing staff regarding potential charter amendments. 3, resolution calling for arguments for and against the ballot measures.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On November 7th, the council directed us to prepare the necessary resolutions to put charter amendments on the ballot for the March 2024 election. The primary focus at that time was on the potential change regarding the city's procurement processes, as well as direction to attempt to try to complete a charter amendment related to the city's civil service system. That was obviously subject to the meet and confer process, and given that the associations have requested and we've commenced that process, that will not be part of these charter amendments, but certainly something for the council to consider for the November election. In addition, there were some additional charter amendments that are in this report related to miscellaneous items as read by the city clerk, such as the urgency ordinances, location of council meetings, removing some obsolete references, and then also dealing with the 2-year ban on serving in compensated city office after coming off of city council. I actually, in reviewing for this, getting ready for this meeting, I did go back and review that meeting, and I do apologize. It did seem that the council was inclined to just move forward at this time with the procurement charter amendment and the civil service charter amendment if we could get that done in time. So we've prepared an alternative resolution to just move forward with the procurement charter amendment at this time, if the council wants to adopt that, or it can proceed with the additional miscellaneous items, and I'm happy to go through those individually if council has questions. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Devine?
Yeah, I'd just like for you to explain the alternative resolution on the procurement.
So the alternative resolution would just amend the city's charter related to the city's procurement process. It would amend Article 6, Section 9, to provide that the council shall by ordinance establish standards, procedures, rules, regulations relating to the awarding of contracts. So it would take a much more extensive provision that's in the charter and allow the council to develop alternate procedures that are permit or allow or implement new trends in contract procurement and not sort of stuck with what's in the charter now. Again, as I noted this previously a couple of times, this is not to get out of doing competitive bidding or competitive contract proposals. That is the bread and butter of what we do, but it's just to provide flexibility from what is the charter currently requires. So that's what's before you in terms of the alternative resolution. And if you adopt that resolution, there will be no other charter amendments that are put before the voters at the March election.
Thank you.
So are we
Councilmember
talking
Najarian.
things like progressive design build and
Yep.
those type of alternative
Exactly.
methods opposed to the straight bid,
Design bid build, yeah, correct.
design bid build?
So and as you know, the charter starts with all proposals, all contracts have to be awarded to lowest responsible bidder, and then there are some exceptions. But in the 80 years since that was drafted, there have been a lot more, like you said, to use your word, progressive contract procurement methods that still achieve the city's goals while still ensuring that we're awarding contracts in a competitive environment.
Is there any fiscal difference between appealing these two out at this March election as opposed to?
Probably in the neighborhood of $8,000 per amendment. So my recollection was by going with one amendment, it would cost an additional $8,000 to $10,000 to add it to the ballot because we're already having an election in March. Versus if you add the other items, which is another 4 charter amendments. Just pull that up. 1, 2, 3.
I mean, there's a whole
Yeah.
districting issue.
Yeah. Right, so that's correct. Those are not even part of this consideration, but the cleanup items, the additional 3 or 4 charter amendments would add an additional $8,000 for printing, et cetera.
Budget does.
Correct.
Any other comments?
So for the civil service one, because that was the one that, we keep talking about, what would be the process for you to meet and confer? When can we expect that back?
Given that the process is, I'm a little hesitant to give you a timeline on that because just given the timeline, we've just really started that. I mean, it'll be before the next election. We'll be updating you and providing updates before you have to consider putting charter amendments on the ballot for the November election. So the latest time that we can do that is August. I'm sure as we get into the spring, we'll be providing you updates on where we're at with that. And then council can make a decision on whether to do it as a wholesale change to the charter or just to pick a few items for amendment and to consider those and ask the voters to consider those in November.
Mayor and council, there's also a direction from council per Councilmember Kasakian's recommendation to establish a charter review committee that we need to decide on.
Right, and we'll hopefully bring a report on that in January, maybe early February. But that was the last discussion that you had in November was some of these other cleanup items. Maybe it was more appropriate to include that as part of the Charter Review Commission's work to see what other items that might be worthy of adding to a charter amendment process.
I just, I do have to say for the civil service one, I've been talking about that for the last year and a half. This was supposed to be part of our priorities because it was the employee stuff was part of our priorities this year. And so what I don't want to end up in is the same situation for the November elections where it comes too close and then we can't do it again. And so I'm looking for commitment from staff. I am disappointed that this is not going to, we don't have the opportunity to do that for the March election. And, at the very least, we're shooting for November. But a lot of our hiring and recruitment and all of that falls into that. And we're at least one of the very few cities that still have the top 3 rule versus the banding rule. And, all those things we can't change unless the charter's changed. And my biggest fear with November elections is that there's going to be so many things on the ballot that, explaining every single one of those charter changes is going to be very difficult to the general public. But
Councilmember Sakian, I wish we could give you a time commitment, but this meet and confer is really two-sided process, and we have to meet and confer with 5 separate unions and associations. So how long that back and forth is going to take, whether any of them will, or all of them will be agreeable with those changes, it remains to be seen. So
I mean, could
unfortunately,
we-
I can't give you a time commitment.
Could we at least, in the meantime, get updates on, I don't know if it's monthly updates of where you're at? It doesn't have to be at a council meeting, it could be through a memo, like, we've reached out, we haven't heard, we haven't set up a meeting, so it just doesn't,
Yeah, we'll give you a play-by-play update on a regular basis.
Right.
Okay. Councilmember Kasakian, anything?
I certainly have my own ideas of how we can improve things in the city, but when it comes to issues of changing the charter, I have been a strong and vocal advocate for having this charter review committee that's comprised of members of the community, people who have backgrounds that can bring things critical to the process and contribute their thoughts. If we expect people to be in on the landing, we have to include them in the takeoff. We've seen that come back and get us in the rear end on a number of issues. And I think that if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. I think if that means it gets pushed out to November, then we push it out to November, but at least we'll hopefully have the community's buy-in. That's my thoughts. on
So I just want to understand what you're saying. Are you opposed to moving forward with the procurement line item now?
If that's something that has come from staff and it's more procedural in terms of how our internal operations are, I would be more inclined to support that at this time, but any other broader changes, I think we need the public's input on.
I thought we had all, did I miss something? But we had all agreed that we were interested in forming the committee.
That was a direction
right?
from
So,
council.
Okay.
Yeah. And do we think, if you talked about bringing a report in January or February for a November election, does that give us enough time
I,
to form a committee, have the committee do their work and all the rest of it?
I would say you're probably looking at potentially breaking it up into a couple of elections. You can you're going to have to start the process and focus on ones. We're going to have to update the council very quickly, probably, when we do that. And then the council can decide which ones to move forward with immediately, and which ones perhaps to think about for a future election. But that's just as I'm looking at it right now. But council can certainly direct us, look at these and go quickly and get back to us by August, because that's when the council would have to make a decision for November is August. And as you know, unless the council tells us differently, we're also working on the track related to districts and the directly elected mayor and some of the other components that the council was looking at and put off. So that will be part of that process as well.
Okay. All right. So looks like no objection to moving forward with the procurement item. So
If
can
I
we
may.
get a motion for
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
Can I just briefly, I forgot to mention, the report, we did discuss that the ballot arguments for and against, because we're kind of coming near the end of the deadline for all election matters. There is a deadline for December 11th for individuals to request to write the ballot arguments for or against, and then the council will select those drafters by December 19th, which is our last meeting of the year, and then they'll have till December 29th to write those arguments. Under the municipal code, there's a process, there's an order by which individuals are selected to write the arguments. It starts with the elected officials, then appointed officials, city officials, and then bona fide organizations of citizens, which has a very loose meaning, but could basically mean any organization that's organized in the city. And then fourth, the individuals in the city. So that information will be put out as a short time frame. We will be reaching out to council members to see if there's any interest in writing the ballot argument or signing the ballot argument in favor. And then from there, we'll be back on the 19th to formally appoint whoever makes that request.
Okay.
One more question. Is the whole thing about the urgency ordinance embedded in this, or is that separate?
That is not in the alternate motion, but it's in the one that we was originally part of the staff report.
So, can you explain that to me? So, I want to make sure that we're not giving, that we're not getting too far out. It's not too broad of a power to institute it overnight.
So Right now, under state law, when any city, general law city or charter city that doesn't have an intervening charter provision wants to adopt an urgency ordinance, they can do it at the same meeting. They don't have to do the first reading, the second reading, and then 30 days. It's just all there, and then it takes effect immediately. Even, we follow that, but we are required by our charter to have a meeting where it's introduced, and then a subsequent meeting where it's adopted, and then it would take place immediately. The proposed charter amendment would just take out that first step and allow the council to adopt it at one and the same meeting. And again, we can certainly bring that back for future discussion for November. It was just something, as we were doing, remember, we had this longer list of charter amendments, and so we thought we'd throw that in there as a cleanup. But certainly something that we can push off. It's not urgent. It hasn't hampered us to the extent we're not able to operate, but it's just, it's an additional tool that will allow us to enact measures more quickly.
So that's not contained in the alternate
It is
motion
not.
and
It is
alternate
not. The only matter in the alternate is the procurement.
Okay, so we have a motion, Councilmember Devine.
Second.
Move the, no, you,
I thought
Oh.
Councilmember Najarian moved.
okay.
I guess, yeah, I forget.
Okay, so you're
8C.
moving the alternate resolution?
Yes,
And
and
you're
I'll second,
seconding the
sure.
alternate resolution? Okay, roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes.
Can I get a motion on 8C3? That's the resolution calling for the arguments for and against. That was the one I just mentioned.
Okay.
That's
I'll
it.
move the item.
Second.
Okay, motion second on 8C3. Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Okay, our next item?
Our next item, action item D, Community Services and Parks regarding dog park feasibility study. 1, motion approving the draft dog park feasibility study report. 2, motion approving a location or locations for a new dog parks, and directs CSP staff to request proposals from design consultants to prepare design alternatives and cost estimates for the approved dog park location or locations for subsequent council consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Galamian?
Yes, Mayor Brotman, member of City Council, this item, again, is in response to direction from council to conduct a feasibility study of 3 sites, plus the one that had been discussed at council level, Lot 11, namely. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bulinikian, our Director of Community Service and Parks. As a brief introduction, I'll introduce RJM Group, Design Group, who conducted this study.
Thank you, Mr. Valanian. Good evening, Mayor Brotman, members of the council. On March 3rd this year, Glendale City Council directed staff to hire RGM Design Group to conduct a feasibility study for a number of dog park locations in Glendale. We looked at 3 locations approved by council, 1 in the north end, Brand Park, south of the Tea House, and 2 in the south end of the city at Palmer Park in the community garden area, as well as Glendale Community College Garfield campus site. I do want to turn it over to Mr. Zach Muting from RGM, as well as our city's park planner, Mr. Joe Gonzalez, for a brief presentation.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be invited back here to present the summary findings of our efforts on this project. In order to go through the summaries, I'll break it down to the 5 stages, essentially, that we went through as part of this process. Looking at minimum dog park qualifications, the existing conditions of the 3 park sites, the community outreach that was conducted, finally the site assessments RJM conducted on the 3 specific sites, and then some conclusions. Should only take about an hour, hour and a half. I'm just kidding. I was given a specific limit. But I can go that long because I do enjoy reaching out to communities. I've enjoyed all the workshops. I've enjoyed hearing all of the comments come in. This was a great process. We had a lot of people participate in it. Essentially, looking back through, starting with the minimum dog park qualifications, dog park design is subjective, to start with that up front. Really, a key goal is to ensure that a defined sense of place exists in any park environment, whether that's a dog park, a community garden. We want to make sure that it fits within the city framework. Looking at dog park, it must fit the existing site characteristics, the land use, the existing amenities. When we look at dog parks, we look for the minimum qualifications, such as, is it large enough? Is it large enough to meet the first-timer dogs, small dogs, large dogs? A minimum 1 acre in size is recommended. We have designed dog parks larger than that as well.
When we look at parking availability, as well as multiple transportation options, access to neighborhoods, walkways, access to existing utilities is a concern that we have when we look at dog parks. When we assess an existing site, we look for possible implementation such as that site acreage. Remember, 1 acre minimum in size or larger. Access to neighborhoods. Are there displaced amenities as a result of putting a dog park into an existing site? If we were to put a dog park into one area, does it take something away? Is there a net gain or a loss of a specific amenity? Are there available implementable noise buffers? Are there existing noise buffers on site? Do we have to implement noise buffers as a result of a dog park? Restroom availability, parking availability, shade shelters or trees, and then the site topography. Those are elements that we look at when we test different sites, existing park areas for dog parks. Before we go into the existing sites themselves, I want to start on a regional analysis. We look at what is the community have right now access to. On the left-hand side, there's a colorful chart there that talks about how many licenses, dog licenses there are in the area. Now, according to the Pasadena Humane Society, there are 5,000 active dog licenses in the city. It's a lot of dogs. On the right-hand side, you can see we started to map out where are the existing dog park facilities. Dog parks are regional amenities. People drive to them. As dog parks become more popular in trends in Southern California, we will see an increase in dog park usage and an increase in dog park availability. We'll see that matrix start to enlarge. You'll see more areas of dog park accessibility. Currently, there are 9 dog parks in the region. The first park that we looked at here is Brand Park. Now, this park is around 39,000 square feet, so 0.9 acres. Remember we talked about earlier on, minimum dog park qualifications, we look for 1 acre in size. It's just under that element there. What we did is we go through and we photographed the site, we looked at the area, we did what we call an opportunities and constraints exhibit. And we looked at what are some of those possible opportunities and constraints. The opportunities included, there's some undesignated open space, there's neighborhood accessibility, there's a current restroom on site, there's parking on site, there's some negative elements or constraints that we might look at, such as noise mitigation being required because of adjacent areas. Also a vehicle intersection there, where we would have to go from parking across a path of travel for our vehicles into the park space. So we look at the lay of the land. Now, this is information that we collect before we do any of the community outreach, so we can share it with the community as we go through the process. The next site is Palmer Park in the south of the city. Now, this is 0.1 acre, 4,356 square feet. And you can see here, the site is that dashed line over there on the right. I'm going to use the mouse. Oh, the mouse, never mind. It's that dashed area on the right you can see. So when we look at utilizing dog park areas, again, I go back to potential displaced amenities. We would have potential displaced amenities here. There's also potential restricted hours of operation. There is a restroom as an opportunity. There are potential disruptive access areas. If we were to go to this site as a potential dog park, we would have to walk a dog from the parking lot or the adjacent walkways through multiple uses, a playground, skate park, basketball courts, exercise equipment, to get to that potential site. Noise mitigation requirements would be a constraint on this site. It is a positive opportunity, an opportunity with proximity to the community, looking at those multiple transportation options. There's adjacent parking to the site. And again, you see there on the left-hand side, we went through and took photographs of the site. So when we did go out to the community, they would be able to see the site, look at the area, and look at the opportunities and constraints as well. The third and last site that we looked at was the GCC campus in south of the city there. Now, this is half an acre, just 21,000 square feet. And this site it's actually a beautiful picture here on the right-hand side. It looks like it's a freshly cleaned site. That's the aerial, date of the aerial. On the left, you see a lot of new vegetation growing there as a result of rain. And what we saw on this one, opportunities constraints, is there are opportunities, existing pedestrian circulation and parking on site. There's adjacent walkways around it. There's an undesignated empty space, non-developed. It's completely free of access and disturbance to the site. There are restricted hours of operation. Again, it is a fenced site. And again, you see the images there on the left-hand side. So as we go through this, we present it to the community. They can see the site themselves and the opportunities constraints for the site. Now, we use that information and went out to the community in a multiple different ways. First, through in-person workshops, second, online surveys, and then we had an online feedback option. And I want to share some of that information with you tonight, what we heard. The first workshop was held on July 31st at the Pacific Community Center from 6 to 7:30 p.m., and it focused on Palmer Park and Glendale Community College. Second workshop we held was on August 2nd at the Brand Library, and it focused on the Brand Park. We also had online surveys where questions that were asked at the workshop, people could also take online and present that information to us. And thirdly, the feedback option. We had an option where the community could write anything they wanted outside of a specific scripted survey, a paragraph form, just to send it into the design team, and we can take that into consideration. There were 22 announcements that were made to advertise the project through staff about the workshops as well as the survey efforts, and you can see them here. These are all listed in the report as well. Now, sharing some of the information we heard at each of these workshops, and I'll go in depth as we go through the presentation here a little bit more. But that first workshop that we had at Pacific Community Center, you can see down at the bottom of the left-hand side on that map there, we geolocate where people are coming from, where surveys are coming from. And we had 14 attendees as part of this workshop effort. And what we had heard, summarize some of the information we collected that night, is according to the participants, the top reason to visit a dog park is to let their dog run and socialize. Based on the frequency reported by the participants of this workshop, there's a potential of 72 trips a month to a dog park. Most of the participants...
Excuse me, can I interrupt you for a second? I don't understand what that means. A month park visitation, 72 trips a month?
So when we surveyed the population, we asked them, or the participants of this, we asked them, how often would you go to a dog park? Do you go to a dog park daily? Do you go to a dog park 1 or 2 times a week? Do you go to a dog park monthly? Do you go to a dog park 2 or 3 times a year? We utilize that information to aggregate how many times, based on those participants only, that there would be trips generated based on a month. And what we found, based on how often people go to the dog park, reported by the participants, there would be an average trip generation of 72 times, or 72 dog park visits per month.
From 14 participants,
From
basically.
14 participants.
Okay. I don't know how to interpret that. I mean, okay. All right.
And I apologize, let me add into that too. As we go through, I'll look at each of the online responses as well, and we aggregate those numbers together. So as I go through the presentation, you'll see that number start to fluctuate and grow. So now the participants also of this workshop, we did hear that beyond those, they visit dog parks beyond those closest to the city. Griffith Park and Eagle Rock dog parks were some of the most popular. Out of this workshop, we also found that participants were more willing to visit a dog park if it was closer to their home. I think we can all agree with that too. We're happy to go somewhere if it's closer to our houses. Workshop 2 had 67 participants. Now, according to these participants, one of the top reasons to let their dog visit a dog park was to let their dog run and socialize. Some common threads here. Based on the frequency, again, reported by the participants of this workshop, an average trip generation a month would include up to 351 trips a month. Now, most people do not go to dog parks, according to this workshop, because they do not live near a dog park, and because they already go to Brand Park as an unofficial area to recreate with their dogs. When we looked into it, Griffith Park, reported by the participants, was the most often visited dog park, located just outside the southwest border of Glendale. Participants are also, of this group, more willing to go to a dog park if it is closer to their home. Now, the online survey, collecting the online results, we looked at 187 online surveys that were collected from July 16th to August 13th. And according to these participants, again, another common thread here is participants responded that they wanted to go to a dog park. Their top reason to visit it was to let their dog run and socialize. Based on the frequency reported by these participants, there's a trip generation of 673 trips per month. Griffith Park, again, another common thread, was most often visited dog park. And then again here, we see another common thread, as participants are more willing to go to a dog park if it's closer to their home. When we combine everything, we look at almost 300 completed surveys that were collected during this process, 187 online, 81 through the workshops. And in comparison to the reasons most participants wanted to go to a dog park, was almost unanimously to let their dog run and socialize. That was one of the top reasons. Wasn't all of the reasons, but simply one of the top ones that we had found. Based on the frequency reported by these participants, there's a high volume, more than 1,000 potential trips per month. Griffith Park is the most visited dog park. And then again, participants are more willing to go to a dog park if it's closer to their home. When we look at this community data, we do it through multiple lenses. We do it to kind of get a clearer picture of what the community may be looking for. That's an important part. If we recall back to that dog park or any park location needs to fit the community feeling. It needs to fit and have a sense of place. So looking through some of the information side by side here, we asked the community as part of this outreach effort, do you support a dog park? Do you support a dog park at North Glendale Brand Park? Do you support it at South Glendale Community College? Do you support it at South Glendale Palmer Park? Or I do support the development of a dog park, but at another location. And also, I do not support the development of a new dog park. And you can see here, between Workshop 1, Workshop 2, and the online surveys, there's a consistent element of support for dog parks, highest at North Glendale Brand Park. The next, second, and third one there, you can see at South Glendale Community College, the South Glendale Palmer Park. And then there are those who support a development of dog park, but at another location. And we did have some participants identify that they did not support the development of a new dog park. Another element that we asked the participants as we went through this is, what are some of the most important items in a dog park? And information that we got back was overwhelmingly the cleanliness and the maintenance. This is going to be a key element that we'll talk about here later on in a few slides, because if that's one of the top elements, that high usage is going to play into that dog park size. If we have a smaller dog park, we're going to have a more intense usage on a smaller area of land, creating maintenance elements that will have to be addressed as you go on through it. So one of those top items by the participants looking at it was cleanliness and maintenance. We'll want to consider that in any new dog park. Second was shade areas, separate small and large dog areas, the size of the dog park, location, walkability, as well as parking close to the site, water fountains, some park amenities, dog amenities, as well as seating for people. We also explored, as part of this process, the community's views of the site assessments. And we asked them, do you feel there's enough acreage? Do you feel there's enough access to the neighborhood? Are there amenities that are displaced? We asked the community to also do the analysis we were going to do, so that way we can take their voice into consideration and look at it through their eyes. Lastly, some of the feedback comments. Now, we received 216 feedback comments. Comments are submitted online, as I had mentioned, and can be, I want to note here, multiple submissions per one individual. We don't limit the submissions for the feedback comments, so anybody can feedback multiple times. So for this, we report back what we'd heard through the feedback comments. We read through everything. We heard general comments, requests for alternative locations, concerns for safety, noise concerns. There was a large support for development of a dog park. There was also opposition for development of a dog park. As we go through it, I'm going to update one number here down at the bottom. There was 201, not 185, as of today, 201 stakeholder contacts, which are people who have registered with the city to receive information about the process. So those are people who are interested, contacted the city and asked for information to be sent to them. Now, when we come to the RJM site assessment, thinking back to the beginning of that presentation, we looked at those minimum qualifications. And when we look at them as design professionals, Brand Park, North Glendale, we understand there are community desires there that the majority supported the development. There are residents who did express the dog park at Brand was not appropriate. RJM found that the site was less than suitable. It is a diverse, active park, however, it is a small location. Palmer Park in South Glendale, there were community desires for a dog park at Palmer site, and they were favorable. There were community comments such as limit dog park to only small dogs. However, RJM found that site not suitable. For an individual dog run might be possible at this site. An individual dog run, to give you a size comparison, would be 3 to 4 parking stalls. There are concerns when we look at it of a community garden growing food for human consumption, not really compatible with dog park elements. And then the last one there, the GCC South Glendale. Some of the community responses here were very favorable. However, when we did our site assessment on it, we did see it as less than suitable. It is an open site. However, it is a very small location at half an acre. The site development, however, would require some sort of MOU or joint use agreement with the board, the GCC's Board of Trustees, essentially you wouldn't own the land. So your investment into anything there would be subjective to whatever that MOU that you would develop with them. Overall, when we look at our analysis and what the community had presented us, what we heard from the community as we went through this process, is there's an even split between large and small dog owners by the participants. This informs us that we need to have both large and small dog areas. The majority of the participants visit Griffith Park, which is one of the parks they visit the most often. The majority of the participants identified the reason for visiting a dog park is to let their dog run and socialize. This gives rise to having a sizable dog park to allow for the preferred activity. Most participants, when they visit a dog park, more participants will visit a dog park if it is more closely located to their home. Location will be important in the selection of this dog park. Then based again on the frequency of the participants, we look at almost a potential 1,000 trips per month as we look at that dog park itself. There is significant demand within the community to support the development of a dog park. The success of this new Glendale Dog Park will depend on the intensity of usage and balanced maintenance, going back to that. An average dog park capacity is 360 to 720 monthly visits. That's based on our historical records when we look at dog parks we've developed, as well as going back to review maintenance elements with that community we've developed them in and how that impacted the dog park. So if we look at a high visitation and a smaller dog park footprint, we're going to have to really balance that maintenance for any new facility. There are site suitability can be balanced with that site mitigation and maintenance efforts as you go forward. And then I'm going to turn it back over to you for the cost slide here. It looks different than my screen.
Yeah, it's different, but the updated ones are in your packet. So basically, these costs are very rough estimates. So lot 11, if council were to pick lot 11, design phase will cost between 250 to 300,000, construction 700,000 to 2 million. The GCC site design phase between 250 to 300,000, construction 600,000 to 1.5 million. Palmer between 50 to 70,000 for design, construction 150,000 to 300,000, and Brand Park, the design would cost 50,000 to 100,000. Construction estimate between 200 to 500,000. This all depends on amenities that we are going to work on with the design consultant. If you have any questions, myself or...
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I have 6 cards, and we have some people on the phone.
We have one caller currently.
One on the phone. Does anybody have any burning questions that they want to ask immediately? Otherwise, I will listen to the speakers, invite the speakers to come out and speak. Okay, so we will start with Mr. Stephen Meek, who is past president of the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Commission, correct?
Thank you, yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. The Parks Commission discussed these parks plus the parking lot 11 at quite a great length. We all thought that Park 11, or the parking lot on number 11, was great for all of those many apartments downtown that have no green space whatsoever to walk their dogs. They could actually walk over to parking lot 11. We realized it would take some rental fees away from the city, that it's now being used as a rental lot for one of the auto dealers, but it would increase the quality of life for those people who are actually living downtown. And we also thought that the Garfield campus was an excellent place for another dog park because it does have a parking lot, and the people around that Garfield campus and the Adams Hill neighborhood could walk over to that space. And I believe that the Parks Department has some sort of tentative agreement with the GCC to use this space. We also, I went to all of these meetings, and the Brand Park was not deemed accessible because it's next to the tea house that does the tea ceremonies. The doctor's house does wedding ceremonies, and we just thought the dog park, being an official dog park there, would not be a useful expenditure. That's all I had to say. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Otherwise, I'll go sit down.
Well, I do have a question for you. So, because you live and you're the president of the Adams Hill Neighborhood Association
Yes, I
also.
am.
And the Adams Hill Neighborhood Association is very close to Palmer Park.
Correct.
And people could walk to Palmer Park. You're not recommending Palmer Park. Could you tell us why? And when I say you, I mean the Parks Commission, and I assume if you
It's a
disagree with that
combination going to be
decision,
there.
let us know.
A number of residents wanted one there. The design for that park that was brought to us would really interfere with the community gardens. And if you wanted to put one there, you would have to move all of the exercise equipment over and then move your dog park over there, if you know the layout of the park as it is now. And we just thought that was, one, too small, and two, it would require a lot of changes. The design of the dog park would have a gate through to the community garden, which would divide the dog park, which didn't make any sense to me particularly. I said, that's why I suggested if you're going to do it, you're going to have to move it over. Otherwise, the GCC is a larger site, and it's still, a couple blocks away, plus all the people who live in Windsor, Garfield, that area could walk over to that park easily.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Our next speaker is Alan Durham.
Mayor Brotman, council members, I'm Alan Durham. Thank you for letting me speak. I did attend the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, the last one they had to consider locations of dog parks. And I would urge the council to respect the commission's recommendations. I thought they did an excellent in-depth analysis of the pros and cons of those 4 locations, including Lot 11. They also determined that Brand Park is not an appropriate location for a dog park. Going back to the consultant's statement, that would be displacing a valuable amenity, not adding one, but displacing it. It's an open, fairly level green space. It's currently used by park goers. I never go to Brand Park where I see that space empty. People use that open space, their children playing there, informal soccer games and other sports, picnics, frisbee games, tai chi, kite flying, dog walking, social gatherings, and just relaxing in a peaceful environment south of the tea house and the doctor's house. I think a dog park would change the nature of that whole section of the park. It doesn't make sense to take away any existing green space used by people and convert it into a dog park. It makes much more sense to put a dog park in a location that isn't an existing open space, such as Lot 11 or the Garfield campus. And I just really urge the council to carefully consider the alternative locations, and I think South Glendale is underserved with open space and amenities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Belser.
Thank you, Mayor Brotman and City Council. Good evening. My name is Michael Belser, and I'm the president of the Friends of Shoseon, and our group provides the monthly cultural activities at the Japanese Tea House and Friendship Garden. And I first became aware of the garden and the tea house when I was walking my dog, Lucy, about 10 years ago. And I would go up there almost every day with Lucy, and we'd walk past the tea house and the doctor's house up into the hiking trails. I'm always on the leash because that's what's required. And I just would like to say I'm a dog lover, but I'd like to share an experience that we had when we hosted our last event there at the tea house. It was a full moon viewing event, so it happened in the evening, started about 6 o'clock. We had an outdoor tea ceremony. We had some live music performances, and we had a martial arts demonstration. But unfortunately, there is an impromptu dog gathering that's happening almost every evening in that particular area just next to the tea house. And there were about 15 to 20 dogs there running around, having a good time, and vocalizing or barking. It definitely detracted from what we were doing. And I know that Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, the garden is used frequently for weddings and private parties. And I can only imagine what somebody who's paying for the use of that space would be experiencing if a dog park was there. Not only would we have the barking of the dogs, but there is an unpleasant odor that wafts all different directions. They would experience that too. And the nature of the dog park with the fences and all of that would really break up and detract from the beauty that's always been there in that area of Brand Park. So I would really urge the City Council to also agree with Parks and Recreation that Brand Park is not the location for the proposed dog park. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Joel Vanderspeck.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, the City Council, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to share my views of the dog park proposal of Brand Park. And my house backs onto Brand Park. And this evening I want to talk to you not about my dog, but I want to talk to you about my children. I have a 12-year-old son, I have a 9-year-old daughter. We use the park almost daily. And we are very grateful for how Glendale, the city of Glendale, has cared for Brand Park. Historic treasure for our city. Leslie C. Brand left Brand Park for us to steward, for the people of Glendale, for people like my 12-year-old son, Josiah, my 9-year-old daughter, Evelina, that uses that 1 acre of space almost daily. When Zach talked about displacement, the dog park at Brand Park would displace my children from a beautiful open green space. I would like to share that the Brand Park is for all people, not just one exclusive group. I was there at the park when Paula Devine cut the red ribbon and opened a second baseball stadium for the Little League. It was a great event. Thank you, Paula, for doing that. And I just wanted to share that with the two baseball stadiums, or the baseball diamonds, that there's very little open space left for children like mine to run freely to kick a soccer ball around. So that 1 acre of space, as Mike was sharing and the others, is, and what I've noticed too, is that the park is getting busier every year. Since the pandemic, people are looking for open spaces. And since I live, my house backs onto the park, I've noticed the park is probably 2 to 3 times busier than it was before the pandemic. And as we think long-term about Brand Park, we should consider the fact that that open acre of green space will be used by families for family gatherings. Your own families will probably have, your extended families will probably have gatherings in that open space. And there's no other space available to have that's open in Brand Park. So I wanted to share also just something from my neighbor, who also, her house and her window looks to the area where the dog park proposal is in Brand Park. And she writes this: "My living room window faces the area where a proposed dog park has been set in motion. As it stands now, I exit my front door and find dog excrement all over my front lawn on a regular basis that my husband continually has to pick up. What does that mean? It means that dog owners that visit this area don't care about my lawn, my neighborhood, and every one of my neighbors that this happens to as well. We continuously experience disrespectful dog owners that will not pick up after their dogs." So I just wanted to ask that you also follow Parks and Rec Commission recommendation to leave Brand Park open space. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Holly Keenan.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman and City Council members and City staff. My name is Holly Keenan, and I'm a board member of Northwest Glendale Homeowners Association. I also live within walking distance, just a block away from Brand Park. I wanted to share with you that our Northwest Glendale Homeowners Board is unanimously opposed to a dog park at Brand. Back in August, we surveyed our membership, and I wanted to share the results with you of 113 responses, which is about a quarter of our membership. 85% voted no dog park at Brand. 79% voted the city should find another location for a dog park. So that's pretty loud and clear from our membership, I would say. I also should mention, I created a survey called Save Brand Park on change.org, and we currently have 638 signatures voting no to a dog park at Brand. In August, I door knocked on Mountain Avenue and Vista Drive, which are the homes that are directly abut against the park. And I was surprised that nobody I spoke with was aware of a proposed dog park. I was told that maybe a flyer was sent, but either people just throw those flyers away or don't pay attention, but they just were not aware. So it was news to them that a dog park would be coming to their backyard, essentially. So that's something, there was a sandwich board in the park. That's how I learned of the meeting, which I attended the meetings. And again, I just don't think enough outreach was done, and that's always concerning. Brand, as many people have mentioned, is a treasure. I walk through Brand almost every day. That green space is very well utilized. As people mentioned before, soccer, people just relaxing. We need that green space. If that green space goes away, I just feel like the whole shift of the park will be negatively impacted permanently. And I just feel like we need open space just for kids to free play and enjoy that. I am very confident that the city staff and our consultant could find a better location for the dog park. So I ask that, as many have said before, that you vote along with your Park and Rec or Community Service and Parks Commission, who voted 4-1 against the dog park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Carol Bruscia.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, council members. My name's Carol Bruchet. I ask you to not consider Brand Park for the proposed dog park for the various reasons. One, inadequate parking. The lot has to accommodate library patrons, hikers, classes at Brand Studios, guests and visitors to the Japanese Tea Garden and Doctor's House. Park users will end up parking in the surrounding residential neighborhoods, and this is not fair to homeowners. Two, the park is too small. The east side has children's play equipment, while the middle has 2 youth ball fields. The west side is the only true vacant space left, and as everyone has said, it is widely used. Before 2020, there was a company that presented free Shakespeare plays in the evening in that area where we sat on the lawn. Perhaps it will return. So it is a perfect spot and it should not be taken away. Then there are the noise factors. It's already been brought up, weddings and other events at the tea house will be impacted. The destruction of grass, the overuse by the dogs will result in dust that will be swept around the neighboring houses during wind events. There is no way the city can maintain a grassy area once a dog park is established. Thank you for this. Please consider not using Brand Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Rosser.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman and City Council members. My name is Jen Rosser. I'm a renter here in Glendale, and last week you got to meet my dog, Indiana Jones, and he is a large dog. So I'm very excited that Glendale is considering building a dog park in Glendale. I currently live up near Brand Park, so while I would initially say I would love to have a dog park in Brand Park, it'd be close to me, whatever, there's actually already a dog park really close to where I live that would serve that community. I can go to Griffith Park and it's very, very quick. It's a 10-minute drive. So even though that would be really convenient, Griffith Park is also very convenient. However, looking at the maps that were presented in this presentation, I did see, as a dog owner, South Glendale is very underserved for dog parks. And so I really think that you should consider placing this dog park in South Glendale at one of the campuses that was placed there. I'm not sure where the lot 11 was, if it was in South Glendale. But to me, the one that stood out was the GCC campus, because it was a large size and it would be able to accommodate both large and small dogs. Again, Indiana Jones, he's 45 pounds. he needs a lot of space to run around, which is why I like taking him to the Griffith Dog Park. So the Palmer Park address for me would be underserving our large dog population. And large dogs are the hardest ones to be adopted because they are a larger size. Most apartments are not dog friendly. And because people who have large dogs live in apartments, it is good to have, for them to have a place that they can run, since they don't just have a backyard that I can let them out into like I had growing up. So thank you again for considering this dog park. I look forward to seeing what y'all decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Dish? If anybody present wants to speak, please put in a card now, because once we go to the phones, we won't be taking any more here.
Good evening, City Council. I like to look for class struggle where there is none. So in the eternal opposition of cats versus dogs, dogs are good boys, loyal, hardworking. Cats are lazy, evil, exploitative. I like cats. I'm on the side of cats. However, I think cat owners should be taxed more, and we should have dog parks. That's all I had to say. I'm for the dog park idea, but don't put it in Brand. There's other options. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, good for a laugh. Okay. Our speakers?
We have three calls.
Three? Okay.
Our first caller is Susan Wolfson. Susan, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Susan Wolfson?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Good evening, Mayor Brotman and council members and city staff. Thank you so much for allowing us to phone in, allowing me to phone in, and I'm very grateful this evening for the previous speakers, particularly my fellow Commissioner Stephen Meek, who emphasized the fact that we did discuss this topic in great depth, and we did have a recommendation for City Council that we're hopeful that you will take to heart. We felt very strongly that we wanted to increase the open space that's available in our more densely built southern section of the city. That is why we were recommending that we develop 2 parks, one in Lot 11 and one at the GCC campus. We felt that Palmer was inappropriate for the reasons that were described, particularly the community gardens and the potential sanitary issues. There were a problem, also logistics. So that was our recommendation that we really do hope that you take to heart. I also want to say we felt very strongly that we should always take in consideration the desires and feelings of residents who will be most impacted by anything that is being decided. And since so many people that live close to Brand Park and use that park extensively felt that a dog park there was going to take away a resource and also would degrade other amenities in that park, such as the Chaussee Tea House, we really felt strongly that we should respect those people's wishes. So anyhow, we would like to make a difference via your accepting our recommendation and acting on it. And again, I want to thank you for allowing us to comment and for taking my call. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next caller is Patty Silversher. Patty, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I have lived in Adams Hill since 1985. And
I've had dogs my entire life. I've taken my dogs to dog parks in Eagle Rock, La Crescenta, and various Pasadena. They do not work at all. And I walk now, I take my dogs to Palmer Park. When I go to Palmer Park, yes, there's the garden. There is nobody ever, and I go every day, ever in that garden. Maybe one person, but frankly, never. It is such a beautiful space to just transport some of the planters for the garden so they can still have their garden, and then we just have a small dog park right next to them. I have written to all of you city council members, and what's happening now is in the last, I would say, 5 months, the coyotes, which I have never seen on my street, they are all on my street now. And it is not just in the early morning. It is not in the late evening. It's in the middle of the day. And I'm screaming and I'm having my whistle blowing. I would just like my little doggie to go someplace here in Adams Hill. I don't have to drive her somewhere. I just want to go here in Adams Hill and be able to let her just run around knowing that there's no coyotes. Come on, you guys. None of you live in Adams Hill, but get a grip and follow us. Thank you for all of your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is Zuzka Ejena. Zuzka, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I live on Cleveland, about 2 blocks from Brand Park. If you have been to Brand Park during the day, you would know how heavily utilized it is, especially on weekends, including the lot in question. If that lot were taken away from the people, they would in fact be displaced. Where would they go? Many of the people who go to Brand Park live in apartments, don't have their own private yards. Green space, which is open, is really important to them. I also agree with everything that's been said against Brand Park. I don't need to go over it. But I would like to just mention that there has recently been an identified acute respiratory disease among dogs whose cause has not been determined and for which there is no treatment yet. But veterinarians do caution dog owners about using any park, about using any dog park, actually. They do not want socialization and spreading of this disease. And I would also urge you to respect the Commission's recommendation and put the dog park in an area where there are dogs living with people in apartments where they cannot go out and use their own backyards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final caller is Hank Schwinger. Hank, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for taking my call. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I would like to echo everything that has been said in opposition to placing a dog park in Brand Park. But I want to add something about the Japanese tea garden and tea house, and that is it's a place of quiet reflection and meditation, and people go to that and sit at the koi pond and go to the tea house to get that quiet meditation and reflection. You put a dog park there, and that's completely destroyed. That's completely ruined. As it is, people are there every evening, as someone mentioned, with dogs off leash. So even now, when it hasn't been formally approved, there are people who are taking their dogs off leash and actually destroying the place for people who want to use the park for their own purposes. So again, I've emailed all of the city council members. I live a block and a half from Brand Park. I would urge you to please oppose putting a dog park in Brand Park and consider Lot 11 for the dog park. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, and that is all.
Okay. All right. Let's see what questions we have around the dais. Councilmember Devine, you have one, I see.
I really don't have any questions. I just make my comments and keep it short and sweet. I agree with the Parks Commission. I think the two locations, Lot 11, we'd already approved, and the GCC Garfield campus, that is in the South Glendale, and I think that would be an appropriate spot. I agree with taking away, we're always asking for green space and open space, and for us to take that away is counterintuitive to what we're trying to do in our city. I think we've all been up there for events, and parking is always an issue. And I think to add to that would be a huge mistake. I know I don't have a dog, but I did visit the Crescenta Valley Dog Park, and the dirt and the barking and all of that I just cannot see that at Brand Park. Brand Park is special. It's beautiful. People love it. People come from all over to visit it and to convert that green space, which is used for very special events and programs, I think would be a travesty to our city. So I would go along with the commission and recommend Lot 11 and GCC Garfield campus.
Okay. Questions? Councilmember Satru. Comments,
Yes.
questions, either way.
I have a bunch of comments. I'm not going to keep it short.
You're not going to
I'm not going to keep it short today. But I want to first thank you for the community outreach. I think this was one of the best, or if not, it was the best I've seen. And the diversity that I saw, I attended the meeting at Brand Park. I had never seen such a turnout at any community outreach or engagement thing that we've ever done, aside from, I think there was a town hall just last week with Chief Sid for public safety. I have to say, Mr. Meek, that was not my impression when I walked out of that meeting. As your survey results indicate, there was support for Brand Park. I was the one that initiated that. Mayor Brotman seconded that motion because Brand Park is the park that I go to. It's closest to my house. Everyone knows at this point that I have a dog, but the idea came from the fact that there is a group of community members and residents that visit Brand Park, specifically in that area by the baseball, and let their dogs off leash. I don't condone that behavior, but I do recognize that when we don't have amenities, people start creating things that they need. And, I've said this time again, especially after COVID. Before COVID, when I would walk my late dog, there was maybe 1 or 2 dogs on my street, which I called the most overdeveloped street in North Glendale. There's so many dogs now. There's so many people that have dogs that I don't think that just having something in South Glendale is going to do it. Your report also indicated that how near a dog park is to someone is something that people seek. All these years, I've either gone to Eagle Rock or Griffith Park. Councilmember Devine, the CV Dog Park, I actually went there once and I never went back because of the dirt. Just the way that park is made. Like I prefer Eagle Rock because it has the grass and it's clean and the amenities are there. And so I would never want that kind of dirt actually at Brand Park. I know that we've received, so I'm kind of confused because your survey results indicate that Brand Park had the highest number of folks that wanted that there, but yet your recommendation was that it's not, it's less than suitable. Is it Brand Park in general or specifically that area? Because I do remember during that meeting, the larger conversation was we would want, but not in this specific spot. So can you speak to that?
Yes, so it's, to answer your question very shortly, it's specific to that location was the recommendation for less than suitable, and that was going in through the report due to, second, I just had my finger in the page, I apologize. When we looked at it and we look at the element of potential visitation, that's going to create a high traffic and visitation element for that park. We will not be adding in any additional parking to it. It will start to impact that site. We will have to consider sound mitigation and elements to that. The less than suitable element was specific to that location, not the entire park.
Okay. I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to look at a different spot in the future. I definitely don't want to, this is not the hill I die on today, but I would like for us to look at something for that side of the community because, you know, having something just in South Glendale, I don't think is going to be sufficient. But I will say there are a couple of comments that were made that I really want to address. I think one of the emails that we received from the Northwest Homeowners Association noted that they had done a survey. There was about 100 people that they got responses from. And this is something that I speak to time and again. I am in no shape or form taking away from the work of our Homeowners Association, but I also recognize that not all homeowners are part of homeowners associations. When I got that email, my family lives in that neighborhood. My sister is on Elm, my aunt is on Justin, my parents are like right around the corner, and so I started dialing my family members asking if they've received the survey, and funny enough, my aunt today, who's lived there for 24 years, had to ask me what a homeowners association was. I said, have they ever reached out to you for you to be a member? And she said, no. My sisters lived there for 10 years. So I think when we think about how, I know, but I want to make sure that we're mindful of folks that don't know that organizations exist, and how we can do, just similar to how I request that of staff time and time again with community outreach, how we can be more inclusive of people that don't know that these structures exist, right? And so the survey that was on change.org also had a premise that it's the only green space at Brand Park, which is actually not the case. I do think that there was some comment made about Shakespeare in the Park. I think we did meet with one group. We're looking actually to bring back Shakespeare in the Park to Glendale, so hopefully we can do some follow-ups with that since I have you here. I'm good with moving forward with Lot 11. I would love to see Palmer Park and GCC campus also. It doesn't seem like, I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues, it doesn't seem like there's support for Brand Park, but if there is, I'd like to entertain it at least someplace, somewhere in that neighborhood.
So you said, sorry, you said Palmer?
Lot 11 for sure.
Lot 11, right.
GCC Garfield. I had also noted that the way that we could split up the Palmer Park, because it was going to be just a small neighborhood dog park, it would work if we had shifted the community gardens. But I'm open to hearing again, but for Brand Park, you know, maybe a different location, but I definitely do think that we need something on that side of town.
Okay. Councilmember Kasakian?
Sure. So I think that a lot of valid points were made. We've had a very positive discussion. Pause. All right, I'll stay away from dog puns.
Positive?
The hour's getting late. I think the challenge is in terms of finding the proper open space to do this in. I always thought that the southern tip of Pelanconi Park, which is a very underutilized green space, would be a good space for it, but there was community meetings, and I think that there wasn't much support from the community for that area. I've also learned that since then that we need at least an acre, and an acre to come by in Glendale nowadays for open space is very, very difficult. So we have a number of challenges in front of us. I agree that Brand Park is not an appropriate place for the dog park for a couple of reasons. One is that parking is difficult up there. I think that when we're looking at the communities that we need to serve that have one of the 5,000 dogs licensed in the city, individuals who live in apartments, who live in those complexes, who may not have access to cars easily to get to places, do need to have more immediate access to a place for their dogs to run. And some of them are more medium-sized, I would assume, or smaller dogs if they're in apartment complexes. So for that reason, I'd be open to looking at if there was a way to make a very small temporary park at Palmer Park work. But what I'd really like to see is for us to follow up with the community college and see if we can use that space on the Garfield campus. Try and make it as nice of a dog park as possible for the space that it's in. But I understand that the community college may also have other needs moving forward. And I personally believe that site is primed for an excellent cooperative agreement for a number of uses. I know that parking is one of their concerns. We can certainly partner on helping them build a parking site. If they need help from the city in terms of funds that we have set aside for open space, I'm open to that. You know, acquiring land right now in South Glendale is very expensive. If it means spending a few $1 million to help them double the parking that they have on the area where they have parking currently, so we can preserve some of that as an open space for the community around to use it, I'd like us to pursue that discussion. I'd also like us to see if there's any possibilities of furthering that cooperation so we can perhaps, you know, on the first floor, so we don't just have a parking lot, maybe have some community spaces for community meetings. I mean, there's so much potential on publicly owned properties, whether it's the college, the school. I've talked about making our school fields and yards accessible to the public. That is my suggestion. I know it's not an immediate response to the need for dog parks, but I think it's the most appropriate one. Again, I don't believe that Brand Park would be suitable. It is a heavily, heavily used park from the Little League and the new field, of which, in full disclosure, my son participates in. So we've been there, we've seen some of the interactions, and many pet owners are responsible, some less so, but they're in the minority. So I think that would be where I would land on this. So again, perhaps something temporary, but I don't know what the cost would be for that in Palmer. But long-term and more feasible, I think, is the Garfield site. I do have one question because this is becoming a concern in the community. We've heard discussions about coyotes. Are there instances of coyotes entering or attacking animals in dog parks?
I do not have any information on that.
Okay. I don't think that there would be, but you never know, especially the one in Crescenta Valley. It's right up against a very mountainous part of the city with open wilderness. I know that in some of those parts you've had bears and other animals. Certainly we're seeing coyotes in some of the more urbanized parts of our city. I'd want whatever, obviously, I'm assuming dog parks are very secure places, fenced in, I don't know much about dogs. Again, we just became dog owners maybe I think it's now 4 months ago or so. So there's a lot I'm learning about pet ownership, but I'm always surprised at what animals can do, how high of a fence they can jump. I'd want us to take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
So I heard GCC, I heard what you said about Palmer, Lot 11.
I don't think, first of all, Lot 11 is far too small. As was mentioned, you talked about a dog run. That would be about 3 parking spots in length.
3 to 4 parking stalls as a
I
comparison.
mean, not only is the parking itself going to be an issue, it's just, I don't believe the juice is worth the squeeze for what we're going to get out of what we invest in that area. Plus, I still hold out hopes that we can perhaps procure the armory one day and do something much more grand on that part of Colorado as a city. Thank you.
And just a question, Lot 11, 0.45 acres. Okay,
It's a little less than half an acre.
okay.
But it's also the way it's shaped. It's a long rectangle.
It's long rectangular.
Uh-huh. What, I don't know if it's staff probably, the issues that GCC has raised about Garfield, I mean, where are we with that? Because you said there's been maybe some updates?
Yes, Mayor Bromman, members of the council. So staff reached out to us, GCC staff reached out to us a couple weeks ago, asked us on the status of the feasibility study, and we told them that we will be taking a report, bringing the report tonight. And they said, well, we have some concerns regarding the use of GCC site because their enrollment has increased by 30% pre-COVID. So there might be some parking concerns, as well as concerns having a dog park near a child care center. We will be taking a report, or they will be taking a report end of February, early March to their board to discuss this topic of allowing the city to build a dog park on their campus. So we are still working with them. I mean, it's not off the table, but we would like to pursue it and take this report to their board.
Okay, so
mid-February, end of March, early March.
as we're talking about Garfield, we have to put a big question mark next to that because we don't know whether ultimately they're going to be okay with us
Yes.
entering into an agreement on that.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the Board of Trustees will have to accept this project and ratify it essentially before we move forward with even the design work.
Okay. Councilmember Najarian.
I'll be brief. Brand Park is a no for me. I don't think it's an appropriate spot. Lot 11, absolutely not. Absolutely. It's across from the Armenian Museum. Part of the Armenian Museum is going to, I'm sure, have a section on the inhumanities perpetrated on the Armenians. And I remember both of my grandparents telling me the Turks treated us like dogs, slaughtered us like dogs. There is no way I'm going to have a cross. I'm going to vote for a dog park across from the Armenian Museum. It's an indignity, and I think it's an insult. Let's go to Palmer. Let's go to GCC. I don't want to hear Lot 11 at all. I'm going to go berserk if I hear anything about dogs in front of the Armenian Museum.
That's interesting. Okay, let's see. So I mean, I will admit that part of the idea of Brand Park came from conversations that Councilmember Nasatrian and I had because we were both there with our dogs. And we know that there's this pickup dog park there that happens every night. So we know that there's a demand. And I think a bit naively thought, you know, isn't there a way to just put a little fence here and just make it safe so that the dogs aren't running off and chasing people? Because I did hear that a dog ran off and bit a kid or scared a kid or something like that. So we were just thinking like, hey, we see that there's already this informal thing going on. That's not good because, you know, a kid got bitten. What do we do? Can we formalize it somehow? The demand is there, blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking it was very simple. I realize it's not that simple. So at this point, I don't really support pursuing that location, and I don't know that there, I mean, we've been down this road. I think the only other part in Brand Park that even has potential is that area up where the concerts are, and that's got major ADA issues, right? Because it's all the way up from where people would park. It would
Yes,
be very expensive to put something there.
Yeah, Mayor Bromman, members of the council, there are ADA issues, parking issues, and eventually in the long run, the plan is to build a amphitheater over there to have outdoor events such as the summer concert series as well as theater in the park.
Right.
So we're looking at grant funding to build an outdoor amphitheater in that location.
I'm skeptical there is another location anywhere in that area. Yeah, 1 second, let me just finish and then, for sure. So, without other information, I would say I would drop the idea of Brand Park. Garfield, I mean, that seems the most promising, let's work on it, but it sounds like that may not even be an option for us. Lot 11, I had never heard about this issue with dogs and being near the Armenian Museum. I don't know what to say, but I thought we had approved that, at least for design work, but I don't know. So I guess Garfield seems to be where there's some level of consensus to look at it. Again, not knowing whether that's even going to be an option for us. Palmer, I guess, yeah, I don't know if there's something small we can do there, but it seems like anything we do becomes complicated and expensive. So well, let me ask about the community garden. Is that used?
Mayor Bromman, the community garden is heavily used, heavily used. All of our plots, I believe we have 50 plots there. All of them are used. We have 4 plots that are used by the Modern Support Services for developing disabled adults to teach them gardening and planting, but they're all used.
Okay, so people are using, because we heard Patty Silversher said she never sees anybody there.
They're all used.
And they're plants, I mean, people are growing stuff in there.
They're growing stuff, yes, they're growing stuff, and
so I don't see how I don't know. Anyway, I guess I'm willing to take Brand off the table. I'm not going to fight on Lot 11. I don't know. This is new to me. I was going to come in here saying I support what the Parks Commission's decision is, which is Lot 11 in Garfield. I guess I'll still take that position, but now I have a question mark in my mind because of this issue with the Armenian Museum. But Palmer, I don't think so, and Brand, I don't think so. That's right. And Councilmember Asatrian had something.
I just had a comment about Palmer Park. Mr. Bolanikin and I visited that park because there was that concern. I want to make sure that the community garden's preserved. The way we kind of drew out the design for it would allow for that community garden to exist along with fencing it in a way that doesn't affect the neighbors and, doesn't affect the community gardens. So Mayor Brotman, we're not, I mean, correct me if there's something new that has come out after our visit, but I was basing all of this on the concept that we talked about, where the community gardens would not be impacted by this. The boxes would be moved to within that same area. They would be moved, and the area would just kind of be redesigned so both can exist.
Mayor Brown, members of the council, Councilmember Satarian, the boxes that would need to be moved, they would need to be disassembled and then moved. So that will take away whatever is currently grown in each of the plots, and we would redesign it and place them where on the other side of the shed. I believe there's a shed on the north side of the facility. So we would basically remove and replace the plots. There would be,
You wouldn't be just able to move them? Because they're like boxes.
there are boxes, but under the boxes, there's nothing. There's just dirt. So there's no wood under the box, under the plot. So when we disassemble them, the dirt, we have to lift the dirt and move the dirt as well.
Okay. I'm also going to use this opportunity. I think I had sent you some pictures that Mary Baldwin had shared with me on those boxes that allow for people with disabilities and older people to use. So if we are, I really would love for us to take a look at when we're getting new boxes for those to be taken into account.
And then the other concern, I'm sorry to interrupt, the other
ahead.
concern we had was basically having the dog park next to the community garden as well. Contamination of the soil, dogs barking, and the neighborhood noise. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zach.
Correct. Looking at some of the reasoning that we have in the overall rating for the report, we looked at elements such as the size of it being less than 1 acre, no new parking with a potential high demand for a dog park, traveling through the dog park with the dog past several recreational amenities, the playground, the skate park, basketball courts. There's very minimal space to create any sound barriers within that area. We would also have to deal with design elements such as the keyed access to that community garden, how that gets resolved. Again, we did recommend in here that's not suitable for development of a new dog park. However, there is possibility that a dog run could be put in place there. And again, I'm going to refer you back to that 3 to 4 parking stalls for a size comparison on a dog run. A dog run is an individual dog element.
Councilmember Devine?
Yes, thank you. This estimate said very small site, approximately 0.1 acres. Is that before you remove the boxes or move the boxes back, or is this what it would be if you moved some of the planters?
So what we did was we looked at that triangle shape there, and I took half of that. So I just drew a dashed line around it to represent half that site. It wasn't that's the site we'd utilize. We didn't do any planning on it. We just simply indicated half of that triangle portion, which came to 4,356 square feet. So 0.1, very small area.
Okay. And Mr. Bolanikian, I remember when I brought Palmer Park to you over a year ago as a possibility for a dog park. And the first thing you said to me was, there are apartments all around it, and the noise would be very, very disturbing to all the folks. Have any of those residents been part of this outreach? Were they at any of the meetings? Do they know what we are considering?
The residents in the area were invited. We had, sent out the flyer, I believe, 1,000 feet away from the park radius. So
500.
For the Palmer Park meeting, I believe we only had 17 or 14 residents, 17 residents.
14.
And not sure if any of them were, some of them were closer to Palmer Park. Correct me if I'm wrong. And the ones that were there were for having a dog park in the area.
At the park? Okay.
All right. You have another comment, or you want to make a motion?
I just want to kind of explain, because I think there's a lot of questions about the Palmer Park, even the design or the space. The way that the boxes are laid out now, there's all the space in the back that's not being utilized. So when you walk into the park, it looks like it's not just a matter of split, but even if you just took that first row and moved it to the back, that would even open up space. And so I think, Mr. Blunikin and I had spent significant time there and making sure that how do we design this in a way that doesn't impact residents. And, again, I know we've been at this for a long while. I'm hoping we can come to some conclusion, but I'm also hoping that we can walk away today giving our residents at least one dog park to move forward with.
Yeah. And I have another comment, and this is concerning to me because I'm reading this. This is at Palmer. Could be conflicting adjacent use to a community garden, since food grown for human consumption could be contaminated by animal waste increasing the risk of foodborne illnesses. That's concerning to me. That's concerning to me. How do we prevent something like that? What's the mitigation for that? You can buffer sound, I guess, but how do you prevent the food contamination? I mean, let's think about that too.
Is that a real, I'm skeptical that that's a real issue. I mean, you've got dogs over here. How are you contaminating the food? I don't, to me, it seems a little bizarre, but.
That's why I'm asking.
Well, even if you're redesigning them, if that's the case now, then you get boxes that are not going down to the ground. I mean, there's plenty of people that have the boxed ones where the soil's in the box, which mitigates that issue.
Well, I think this is something the consultant should be able to respond to.
Yeah, so I'm reading through the report here, and what I see is that we've noted here that food grown with human consumption, for possible human consumption, may not be viewed favorably adjacent to a site that would have dog urine and feces, was the sentence.
So, yeah, the statement.
It would be viewed unfavorably.
They're dubious. Can you?
Skeptical.
Skeptical. Yeah, what do you have?
Viewed unfavorably.
Yeah, viewed unfavorably. There's no specific research behind what the contamination may be, but it would be something that would have to be mitigated when we look at that site. If we are to do a community garden and a dog park, there's going to have to be some mitigation there to discuss about that. But the sentence specifically identifies in here that I'm reading is part of the overall rating. It says it should be noted that growing food for human consumption may not be viewed favorably adjacent to a site that will have dog urine and feces.
Mayor and council, if that's that site, Palmer Park is one of the sites that council would like to explore. We can always go back and take a closer look, see what mitigation measures we can place, what kind of design layout we can come up with that may potentially be able to accommodate a small dog park and bring it back to you.
Okay, well, let's see if there's a motion here somewhere. I know. Well, I think there's consensus to look at Garfield, and if GCC is okay with it, to do something there.
And Palmer.
It sounds, maybe there's a view to not give up on Palmer yet, to kind of give that a little bit of a closer look. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think as a temporary relief, I have seen the area next to the community garden. There seems to be some underutilized space. Again, it's very small. With all due respect to the folks who called in, I think the ideal place would be Garfield. But again, it depends on how much money would have to be spent, how long it would take. I would much rather focus our efforts and resources to making Garfield campus a reality and strengthening the relationship and cooperation between ourselves and the college. And if that needs to be in the form of a motion, I'm happy to make the primary location for us to pursue.
And if that's your motion, I would second that.
So just repeat that, because that's.
Making Garfield the primary focus for staff to pursue for a dog park, and to come back with us and then tell us what the feasibility of that is.
And look at Palmer, or wait to see whether Garfield is an option?
I would wait to see whether Garfield is an option. If, I would just focus on Garfield.
Then we can look again. Okay.
I just want to give you all a realistic approach to this. I do agree that Garfield campus site could be a long-term proposition. I'll be meeting with Dr. Corner to see if there is a possible way of a joint project there. But again, we will not know probably until March or April of next year whether the Board of Trustees even is willing to entertain having a dog park there, whether it's by way of a parking structure or some joint project agreement. That remains to be seen. So that's going to take a while, as you can imagine. I'll definitely bring a report back and keep you appraised of or arrangements, if any, and then take direction. If you, in the absence of that, if you want us to take a look for a temporary, small, albeit very small site at Palmer Park, then we can also take a look at that.
Are you interested in that?
Yes, I'm fine with that. I can make that my motion. I can make that my motion to pursue that. But again, I want to stress that we need to find a way to work with our public institutions, whether it's the community college or the school district. A lot of work was done on the Garfield campus, I think, that the college needed, and it was to the benefit of the community. But for instance, when it came to the parking lot, I was always under the impression there would be a structure built there. I would like us to have, we need to have these discussions way far in advance, and we all need to be communicating. I know that there's a semi-monthly whatever meeting that happens between the three bodies, but these are the types of items we need to be discussing with each other. Some longer term, long range planning to be able to utilize the space that we have. So that is my motion. I'll make the motion as the city manager stated. Garfield, discuss with the community college, look at the possibility of how to utilize the space at Palmer Park in the interim, and then come back and report back to council.
Councilmember Kasakian, can I make a
I would agree with that.
Okay.
We're walking away today with, again, not having anything solid on dog parks. So could we add a friendly amendment for staff to just look at, in general, other possible sites for dog parks and come back with recommendations on top of the Garfield?
If staff has that time, and I think that they do, or if, I think that's something staff is considering continuously, but we also have other open space needs. I don't know if it's necessary to add it. However, if that's what it'll take to have unanimous consent on this, sure, we can add that as well. Staff may look at other possible sites in the city.
Okay, so the motion is move ahead with a focus on Garfield as our priority. In the meantime, look to see whether we can do something small and temporary in Palmer Park and continuously evaluate other possible locations for a dog park. And seconded by Councilmember Devine. And let's have roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry that was a bit lengthy and belabored, but it's tough. There's no clear and obvious solution here. Okay, what is our next item?
Next item is a hearing a community development regarding 1326 North Maryland Avenue, consideration of Glendale Register nomination and request for a Mills Act historic property contract. 1, resolution to designate the residential property at 1326 North Maryland Avenue as a historic resource in the Glendale Register of Historic Resources as the Wyman House, and authorize the city manager to enter into a Mills Act historical property contract with the property owner. 2, motion to deny the request of the property owner to designate the residential property at 1326 North Maryland Avenue as a historic resource in the Glendale Register of Historic Resources.
Thank you. Mr. Kalamian?
Yes, I'll just turn it over to Jay Platt, our principal planner, for the presentation.
Oh, yes, and I will open the hearing. Thank you for the reminder at 8:51 p.m.
Thank you. We're looking at a very interesting craftsman-style property at 1326 North Maryland. We're both listing in the Glendale Register and also on a Mills Act contract. And I'm sorry, this clicker doesn't seem to be working. I'm not sure. Do I have access through? Maybe that. They were using it. Wow, thank you. All right, so here's the house. This is in the Casa Verdugo Historic District, that neighborhood. It's kind of different than a lot of Craftsman because it's kind of stretched out. It's longer, and it has some really interesting features. But probably the most interesting aspect of this is that it was designed. We usually don't know the architects of any buildings from the early days of Glendale, and especially from the 1913 era. But this is designed by Alfred Priest. Alfred Priest was probably the most important architect in early Glendale history. He did a lot of buildings that you know well, including the Assistance League building that used to be the Kiefer Eyrich Mortuary, Security Trust building on Brand Boulevard, our first skyscraper. An example of his residential architecture from the late 20s on the bottom right. And the Hoover High School auditorium still stands, but he had done all of Hoover High School before most of it was demolished after the, I think after the 71 earthquake. Early work was the Glendale Theater, the Elks Lodge, top right, and then also the Tuesday Afternoon Club. So while we still have a bunch of Priest buildings standing, we've lost a bunch over the years. So it's exciting to put another Priest building on the Glendale Register, if you agree. Here are some close-up details of the house. It has this nice brick porch with the kind of open work at the bottom. In terms of details, these roof beams are kind of unique. We don't see beams like this a lot. The attic, or the vent at the top of the gable there, is really something I haven't seen before. In terms of the details, there's just a lot of good detail work. The most notable feature probably is just that the house is completely cladded shingles rather than the horizontal siding we so often see. The front door of the house is original, the side lights are original. At the front and sides of the house particularly, there's a lot of original features and character, as you can see in these photos. Coming around to the back of the house, there have been some changes over the years. Some of these, when this was approved unanimously by the Historic Preservation Commission, they recommended some Mills Act conditions to address some of these changes, including replacing the sliding door that you see here with more appropriate doors, changing out some windows. There is an addition on the rear of the house that you see at the right. It's not visible from the street. It's relatively small. The commission accepted it as an alteration, but didn't recommend any changes to it. Really nice feature, these beautiful stained glass windows that corresponds to the dining room in the house. Whenever you see these bump outs on craftsman houses on the sides, you know there's, or there was, but in this case there still is, really nice built-in kind of wood furniture, in this case for the dining room. The garage is early, if not original, probably not original because most people didn't have cars when the house was built. And there are some issues with the garage. It needs some work. There may be some structural issues. The commission put a condition to have a structural engineer look at this early in the Mills Act process to identify any problems, and then we can arrange to have those repaired. Among the other condition issues, the worst and biggest one is that the entire building was spray coated with a texture coat, and you can see that in the left-hand picture. There's no way to salvage those shingles, so the owner has agreed to replace all of the shingles on the house with new wood shingles to match the dimensions and the look of this. That alone is going to just transform this property. It's going to be pretty amazing when that work is done. A few modest changes or things that the commission asked for: remove the awnings that are at the front of the house. There's a part of the beam is missing. There's some wood rot that would need to be addressed and repaired. Some brick repair and repointing the mortar joints. I mentioned the door and some windows that need to be replaced. The owners agreed to do all of the 9 conditions that you see here. I know it seems like a lot. We have had other Mills Act properties with a laundry list of conditions similar in length to this. The main ones, however, are the replacement of the shingles and fixing up the garage. And like I said, the owners agreed to all of these. She was in the audience. I don't know if she's still here at this hour. It looks like not. She had her little child with her. But that's the presentation. The HPC recommended designating this as the Wyman House after the original owners, who themselves weren't significant, but they did live there until like 1958 from the beginning. So they had a long residency in Glendale at this place.
Okay, is that?
That's
the presentation?
Yes, thank you.
And the property owner is not here. You're saying
She
that
was, but...
She was with her
Yeah.
child?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
all right.
Don't see her.
I do have one card, and we have one caller, but
I have a question. How long have they lived at this location? How long
They're
have they owned this
relatively new
house?
owners. I think they bought the house last year or the year before.
Okay, okay, because, all right, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Are there any other questions before we go to cards? Okay, Alan Durham.
Mayor Brotman, members of the council, I can't speak for the owner, but I did watch the Historic Preservation Commission hearing on this and Jay's more in-depth analysis of this house. And the owner, during that presentation, made a very convincing case for utilizing the Mills Act to restore this property. I'm familiar with the house. I've driven by it many times. It's on a block that has quite a few craftsman-style homes, some of them really excellent, and I think this will be a great contributor to that block once the shingles are replaced, the awnings come down in front. It's not showing its best in its current state. But I also wanted to speak because I think oftentimes it's just the commission and the homeowner who speak, and I want the council to know that there is public support for designating this additional historic resource and ones like it. And I think it's always a win situation for Glendale and preserving its history and architectural character when these new historic resources are designated. And the Mills Act is a great way to enable the homeowners to restore them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the caller is the property owner, I believe. So let's hear from her.
And we have
we have another card? Okay. Okay, Alan Dish, and then we'll hear from the property owner, Elizabeth. I can't pronounce her last name, but she'll tell her. Okay, please.
Council, good evening. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say I'm a neighbor. I live close to the building, the house. I heard the presentation a couple of weeks ago. Of course, I'm going to support it. So I walk in front with my dog and so on. Sometimes all I can say is our home, which is a block north, was built in the 1950s. So hopefully the day will come when I can also make my parents' home historic, Mr. Kasakian, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Kasakian. Your home will also be, and so on. No, but seriously, it's a nice home. I'm against this mansionization that we see sometimes going on, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Najarian. You know, this was the heated subject back in the day, mansionization and so on. Like, we shouldn't make the buildings look kitsch. At the same time, yes, let's use the historic resources we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We have one caller, Elizabeth Stasak. Elizabeth, I apologize for if I mispronounced your name. Please make a correction.
No problem at all. Yes, I'm the property owner, Elizabeth Stasuk. I was actually in the audience. I'm proud of my son. At 15 months, he did a pretty good job, but his patience wore down towards the end. So I wanted to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. I grew up in Glendale. I grew up in South Glendale. If anyone knows where Lucky used to be, where it's now Joanne's. And my parents would take us to North Glendale to go trick-or-treating. And it was, you got better candy when you went to the wealthier part of town. So the wide staircases, the big porches, the setback from the street we loved it. It wasn't just the candy, it was the ability to parade around in these people's yards and the front of their homes. So a little over a year ago, when my husband and I started looking for a home because we were expecting our son, I think we must have looked at 30, 40 homes and nothing was right. Everything was just plain. They were perfect. They were remodeled, and we still didn't like them. It was less work, definitely, less of a challenge, but none of it it didn't sit right with us. And so when we saw 1326 Maryland, it had a large drop in price because the owners had finally bought their home in Texas and were leaving after 60 years because the husband had passed away. And we were at first surprised that it was still on the market, but we also understood that there was a lot of beauty that had been covered. Like Mr. Platt explained, the stucco on the walls, it really is a diamond in the rough, and there's a lot of work. But my husband and I spent some time in Europe, especially in Italy, and there, if something is rusted, if it is weathered, if it is broken, it gets repaired. If it's 200 years old, 300 years old, 400 years old, it gets saved. And if it can't be perfect, it's at least an acknowledgement of craftsmanship, of manual work, of solid wood, of character. And so that's how we were able to live in the flats that we had in Europe, because we fixed them up ourselves, where you had cast iron heaters, where you had 6 feet tall ceilings. And so this home resonated with us. And in a very competitive market, I think that's really what got us the ability to buy it, was that we promised the owner at the time that she could come back years from now and it would still be the home that they lived in for 6 years. And I'm tearing up because I'm sitting in the living room of the home, and it's wonderful. We haven't done much. This little guy doesn't let us do very much, and we're first-time parents, and there's a huge learning curve, unfortunately. My husband is out of town as well for work, but we will keep our word to maintain the character of the home and maintain the history that's here. It won't be easy. I'm well aware of that, and it probably won't be cheap. But if we've got support, and I hear that we do, I'm definitely grateful for that. I still want Glendale, North Glendale, to be these old homes that kids run around and that they love. I really am afraid of the time when they all look the same, and that they don't have the character of being different, of each having their own unique features. And I would hate to think that somebody comes in and changes out these stained glass windows because there's a draft and because they don't close tightly. We'll do what we can, and we will maintain the true integrity of the home. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And I did give the homeowner additional time because it's a hearing and it is her property that's applying for mills. Are there any comments or questions from around the table?
I'll move the item.
Yeah, I'll second.
Well, I will need to close the hearing first, but do you have question, comment?
I do. In the conditions, recommended conditions, I noticed that a lot of the window frames look like they're rotted or they need to be painted. Is that part of the conditions, that those all be repaired and painted?
Yeah, there's a
as well?
condition to address wood rot. We know
Right.
where a few locations
Right.
are. We would go out and visit and just work with them to identify it.
Okay, and can we add another condition, like, I would like, I think the home right now is covered with, you can't really see the house because of the shrubbery and the trees and everything, and I think once they get it taken care of and updated and repaired, it might be really a spectacular home, and I would like to see that the landscaping be so that the house can be seen and appreciated by those that are either walking by or driving by, since it is going to be, considered historic.
Yeah, we can add that condition. Council's always welcome to add conditions. Landscaping is a little hard to regulate ultimately. And we don't have a landscape plan for you to approve specifically. I could add a condition that the goal is to include attractive, drought-tolerant landscaping appropriate to the look of the house that helps emphasize its visibility from the street.
Exactly, curb
Something like
appeal,
that.
visibility, yeah. Okay.
I don't see why we couldn't do that unless city attorney disagrees. but-
It also gives privacy.
I don't know if I think that the owner spoke with such passion and such commitment to preserving the house. I think the preservation of the home is enough versus putting restrictions on what is visible. I mean, she has a young child, they may want to put up a hedge, they may want to put something up, I mean, they have a big front yard and they may want to put something out there so their kid, or who knows, even their dog one day may want to play in the front yard. I don't know if I want to put those restrictions on for the landscaping. If they do everything that has been required of them to do by the HPC and by staff, I think that's more than enough. And it doesn't sound like the kind of owner that would hide their property behind something that would make it invisible to the public. So I don't want to add even more to it. I understand, Councilmember Devine, where you're coming from, but it's not something I would want to support.
Okay, dropping that?
Well, yeah, it's okay. I just feel that, if they're going to put all of this money into this home and bring it up to its, its heyday, let's say, that I think people should be able to appreciate it. So if we don't add that, I hope that she hears me. and that they will take that into consideration.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll close the hearing at 9:08 p.m. and I'll take a motion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second it, and I'm glad that we're preserving some of an important work of one of Glendale's early contributing architects. Thank you.
Okay, roll call?
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Okay. And our next item, well, maybe you can read it into the record, and then I'm going to turn and give Mr. Galanian an opportunity to make some umbrella comments.
Our next item is discussion of council member future agenda requests.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity. As this council is about to embark on the discussion of new business items that to be agendized potentially, as you can see, we have 8 items today. Starting May of this year, council members have asked for an additional 12 items, so that makes 20 items that are above and beyond the established work plan that contained, council-established work plan that contained 56 items and various stages of progress that staff is working on for the given fiscal year, 6 months of which has already elapsed. So per your direction, and based on your 4 areas of priorities that were fiscal sustainability, economic development, mobility, traffic and pedestrian safety, and operational efficiency, staff came up with 56 items. Like I said, there are various stages of progress and completion. And then, as you may recall, previously we had this really loose kind of process in place that a council member asked for an item and it was seconded and it was added to the list, and it really became unsustainable and very difficult to manage, because then everything became a priority. So we collectively decided to take 11 items of those requests, added to this 56. So we currently have 67 work plan items to manage and complete, plus this 20 additional items. So you can imagine, with the limited resources that we have, I just would like you to be mindful as we move forward and add to the list of the items that staff need to work on. Obviously, they're listed on the agenda, and we'll cover them one by one. But I'd really urge you to, again, be mindful of our limited resources. And if this continues, I don't mean to threaten, but if this continues, we need to be able to manage it, and I may have to bring the work plan back for adjustment and deleting some of those items. Thank you for indulging me.
Okay, thank you. So what's the first one of these items?
The first item is Councilmember Asatrian's request for a report regarding childcare services for city employees.
Okay, could you summarize in a minute?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it
driving this?
super short, but I'd like to see for us to explore this as either a neutral or revenue generating. I would also say that when government city hours were created, it was at a time when women stayed at home to take care of children, and I want to see us create a supportive work environment. I think that this does fall into one of our priority areas in creating a supportive work environment for our employees, and anything that we can do to help that. I noted this during the last meeting, looking at either on-site or somewhere very close, but also taking into account the different needs of our different departments, because I know, for example, fire and police have different schedules. A lot of folks are, having to cut off from their time to be able to drop off their kids to school and then be able to come, and so taking all those into account as we explore that.
Okay. Comments? I kind of agree that this is, this is a big thing. I know that this is going to take a lot of time and energy. But it does really relate to a fundamental issue we have about retention and morale, right? And making our employees as productive as they possibly can be. So I'd like to find a way. Personally, I would support us looking at it with the understanding that it may not be something we see in the next 6 months. Like, it may take a long time for you to get to it, but I do support it being something that we have as a future item.
So Mayor Brabman, I wasn't expecting for it to come back in the next couple of months. I think I've quickly learned that very few things that are heavy come back in that short period of time. I also recognize that this item, based on our conversation, would be something that's managed through the city manager's office, which is not, I think when we talk about all those items that we have, it's also a matter of what's heavy and what department are we adding it to. And so I would love for us to explore this. And again, you spoke to retention. I'm also speaking to, as we're trying to recruit. It's not just money, but it's also all the different things that employer provides.
I noticed when Councilmember Satrian was giving her report, she mentioned revenue. This would be a charge to the, do the employees that you've been talking to, have they agreed that they would pay for childcare services?
Mayor Brotman and City Council, Councilmember Devine, that would be one of the items that we will look into. We will obviously approach the associations, see where they stand. From a preliminary look at childcare, I've heard that the insurance requirement is pretty substantial. So that may be a deterrent, but again, we will do the research and we'll bring it all back for council consideration.
I think any of the government bodies that have had this, it is paid. What I've also heard, speaking to some of the other entities, is that it tends to actually end up being cheaper than what they would end up paying for childcare, where they, if it's not, part of that structure. So.
Okay.
So I support the discussion on this. I think that we'll have to look at the details. As someone who had their child in childcare close by to City Hall, I think that there's definitely advantages to having someplace nearby. I don't know if I necessarily support having something run by the city on campus, or if I support the city contracting out with someone who has a facility close by. But I'm certainly interested in exploring the details as we look at trying to retain a high-quality workforce. I want to explore any means possible that will help attract talent, and especially young talent, to the city, and this may be one of those ways. So I'd support the future discussion of this.
Okay. So
We
any
need to make
comments,
a
or can we
motion
do a motion? Give a motion?
Yeah.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call?
Council members Asadarian?
Yes.
Devine? Yes. Kasakian?
Yes.
Najarian?
Yes.
Mayor Botman?
Yes. Okay, and the next one.
Next item is Councilmember Kasakian's request to explore litigation against Citibank for its secret practice of rejecting credit card applications because applicants had Armenian surnames.
Councilmember.
Mayor, I think that everyone who's followed the news has heard about this great, terrible act of discrimination by Citibank. Most of the people, according to the report that was filed and the fine that was levied, were people that lived in our city and in the surrounding areas, but Glendale was specifically mentioned. I would like the city attorney's office to look into pursuing legal action against Citibank for damages done to our city that I'm sure there are a number of consultants and economists could calculate and provide us information on what those damages potentially were.
Can I ask a question to Mr. Garcia? I mean, first of all, would you be okay with him starting with a memo and telling us what would be involved, what it would cost, what the likelihood of success is?
Yeah, I'm open to a memo, but I do think this is also something we ought to pursue.
Whatever, we'll take the council's direction. I don't have a lot of thoughts because I haven't looked into it deeply, and also I wouldn't want to say what I've thought about so far in this forum, but we're happy to look at it and then present something. And because it's potential litigation, we can always provide a confidential memo, even discuss in closed session before you take action publicly.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
Right, that is, may I?
Yes, please.
Mayor, is this within our purview to sue Citibank?
Well, again, we would look at those issues in terms of legal. You'd have to have legal authority and legal standing, but those are issues where we would research and prepare something to you.
Okay.
I would wholeheartedly support this, so, yeah.
Councilmember Najarian, I see you're
Well,
forming some thoughts.
there is a class action that's being started. I'm not sure what our damages would be. We would say because there wasn't a credit card issued to this person that person did not spend money in Glendale. So it's a little bit tenuous. I mean, it's a dastardly deed, clearly, that Citibank did. I'm not sure how the city as a litigant can get any traction, but I won't stand in the way of a memo from the legal team.
I'm also fine with having it agendized because it involves potential litigation for closed session. I think a memo is fine, but I would like an opportunity for us to have a discussion in closed session about this as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion, you moved it?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Divine,
No.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Brotman.
Yes. Okay, what's C?
C, Councilmember Kasakian's request regarding translation services for council meetings.
Let me just say, Mayor, I don't expect this to be an item that's brought back. I want assurances from staff as to what we're doing to provide translations. We've seen a number of times where individuals come up to the podium and they struggle with communicating. Someone from the audience leaps up or joins them, or someone from the dais ends up translating it. I think that, we need to have a process or internal policy that makes sense and doesn't look as clumsy as these proceedings have looked in the past when it comes to translation services.
Councilmember Kasakian, we have living proof actually this evening, the gentleman in the back translating Spanish. We also have a staff member who is here just in case there's a need for Armenian translation. And they were both here last Tuesday, so that's already in the works.
I'm fine with having this.
And is our plan that we will have these people here all the time or on request? Because I know it's not free.
Right. It costs for two translators $2,500 a night, $2,500 a night, so $1,250 per translator.
Even if they're just sitting there?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're paying for their time. But right now, it's per request, and we have gotten a request. But our staff member is here just in case we need an Armenian translator.
Yes.
Mayor Brotman, currently we do provide translations upon request. Members of the public have to request a translator 72 hours in advance of the meeting. The translations that we currently have are for the entire meeting, and the translators that we've had the past 2 meetings were here to not only translate public comments, but also translate the entire meeting during the duration to members of the public who are present. So in order for us to have one translator for an entire year present here the entire time, it would cost $53,000 about. That's the calculation that I made.
For a year?
For a year, for one language. If we were to have a translator every day.
I don't want to get into a policy discussion because this is not an agendized item, but I can tell you that there are better ways of doing it than paying $53,000 a year. We have staff that gets certified through the city, through the HR department, that are bilingual, that can then participate and stay later on the days when there are council meetings, and then come in later the next day if they ended up staying 3 or 4 hours later. If we can't find in an organization of our size a Spanish speaker, and evidently we have an Armenian speaker, then I don't know what we're capable of doing. But the figure of $53,000 simply for translation services, which will give anyone in the audience, including myself on the council, sticker shock, is, with all due respect, a little bit ridiculous.
Okay, so where do we go with this? Can
So we
staff just give us a summary of what our options are?
we certainly can if that's council's direction.
We actually have a few public speakers for this.
Oh, okay. Okay. Ramela Iragi.
Good night, everyone. Actually, that's very. Actually, I support your effort to provide translation for people that don't speak English. But well, this I may say that. Miss Allen, this is not going to change anything. If you want to still, language barrier is not the issue of these people. The issue is the issue that they don't believe in this council. The issue is that they think that their concerns are not change anything, and well. So, as I said, English barrier is not their problem. The problem is that this matter, they have to take these matters on their hands, and this council can't do anything for them. Thank you.
Okay, Alan Dish.
Council, good evening. I have on several occasions been in translator positions for translation, so I would like to simply offer my services. The joke is that I speak both dialects, Eastern and Western, so you won't have to pay double the 53,000. But no, my point is we should not have to worry about it in the sense of that there's no trust and so on. Maybe Ms. Ramela is talking about something else, but for example, I was looking like with Ms. Tamara, who I translated last time. I found a clip of her from 2016, again, without a translator here. So I just wanted to say, maybe for the new year, we can have translators. Armenians have been historically translators. I hope to continue in that legacy. Thank you.
Okay.
Also have 2 callers.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. It's for a different item.
Okay. Well, let's, what do we want to do with this? I mean, I agree, spending $53,000 a year is absurd.
I actually, if I may, Mayor, I think Councilmember Kasakian has a great idea. And I think that's what we should go with. And we've had Vlad come in and translate for us in the past. It's worked just fine, and so I think that's a great idea. Just have staff, if they come in and...
Have a bullpen of 5 individuals for
Yeah.
each language and
I think
rotate
Mr.
it out
Garcia
to
is
them.
Going to give us a
If-
point of
if
order.
I may.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's not here to take action as to whether you want staff to prepare a report or to follow up
I
and
don't-
follow
I-
up on it and.
I just
and-
want to get it done. I don't want to report. I don't need a big staff.
Then in that
council.
case, I would recommend that you allow us to prepare a memo with different options.
Okay.
And then take it from there.
Okay.
Include Google Translate or artificial intelligence? Why? No.
Not yet.
Google Translate doesn't work.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Okay. Let's not get into a substantive discussion. We have a memo coming, so. Okay. All right, next one.
That,
Oh, do we need a vote?
you need to
Yes.
Can we just vote by acclamation? I mean, there's,
But if you can vote with no objection, if you can make a motion a second and ask if there's no objection, then
Okay.
we'll stand.
is there any objection? Okay, then the measure or the motion passes. Okay. Next item.
Next item is Councilmember Najarian's request to write a letter to Jerusalem leaders regarding recent events in the Armenian quarter of Jerusalem.
So briefly, the old city of Jerusalem has 4 quarters. One of them is the Armenian quarter. The Armenians have had a presence in Jerusalem for at least 1,600 years. Recently, there was a dispute on a real estate deal, and it has turned out that the other side, a real estate deal between the Armenian patriarch and developers from Jerusalem and other countries has fallen apart, and they have, the other parties have shown up with bulldozers, settlers with rifles, dogs, and are threatening the Armenians to get off the land. I think it's important that we send a letter to the mayor of Jerusalem, and if I'm not sure if the Jerusalem City Council has jurisdiction over the old city. It may be the actual state of Israel. But we send them a letter indicating that we object to forceful resolution of this issue, which is clearly a legal issue. Israel follows the United States system of land devisement, land ownership, and land conveyance. So we should encourage them to seek peaceful means and to de-escalate the situation. So says the Glendale City Council.
If there are no objections, we can start preparing the letter.
Just prepare a letter.
Friendly. I mean, they've got enough issues over there right now, but we want them to know that this should not be handled in a aggressive manner.
No
I mean,
objection.
yeah, I don't have an objection either. I think that it's a little far from home in terms of the issue. I do take it personally because I have family there. My father was born in Jerusalem. My grandmother was born in Bethlehem. I don't know if our voice is going to make a difference. I understand Mr. Najarian has met with officials from Jerusalem. I don't know if you've contacted them yourself directly, but if it's a letter you so desire, I'll support it.
I will too.
Okay, we don't need to agendize anything, just
No.
to bring a letter.
Right.
Right? Okay.
Unanimous.
Any objection? No? Okay. Next item.
Next item is Councilmember Kasakian's request for a report on addressing loopholes and enforcement issues related to short-term rentals.
My concern in regard to this issue is what I hear from members of the community, what you can see on Airbnb, where you see homes in Glendale that are up for rentals in clear violation of what council's intent was when we put limitations on this practice. So it seems like there are loopholes. All I want to know is what is it that council needs to do, whether it's in terms of staffing for enforcement, better communication between departments, between code enforcement, city attorney, and police to address whatever loopholes are allowing these types of violations to occur presently. Mr. Calvert has assured me that there is some information coming back to us. Is that correct in regards to this? But I just wanted to make sure that we are making a public announcement and if need be a public discussion about this issue so the community knows that we're involved and engaged in it.
We are Mayor and council members, we are currently addressing some of those problem cases that I know that you were aware of. In terms of identifying what those potential loopholes could be or resolutions, we could do that via memo and then come back for a broader discussion later on. There's a number of elements in there that are kind of challenging that I think may need to be fleshed out in that kind of forum first so the council kind of fully understands the consequences.
I'm fine with a memo. I would just like, if there is items that you need council action on and council direction on, whether it's budgetary, staffing, whatever else it may be, we need those outlined so then we can have an open discussion to try and address those.
Yes, we would include that in the memo. These are some of the considerations of what we could do and come back with a broader action item or discussion, study session kind of approach.
Mayor, for the time being, I'll withdraw the request to have it agendized and I'll wait for that memo.
Yeah, I want to say, that's crazy. There are so many places, I just Google
Well, it's
Airbnb.
insane. It's absolutely insane.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely. And they're all 1 night, 2 night deals. I mean, it's infuriating actually when you think about the housing that's being taken off the market. We hear people every night coming in about, they're losing their homes. There's not enough homes or apartments in Glendale. And we've got, anyway, I support that, but we got to hammer this.
I will withdraw the request to have it agendized until we receive a memo, but based on that memo, I'll reserve that right to revisit the request.
Okay. Next item.
Next item is Councilmember Kasakian's request to schedule a discussion during the 2024-2025 budget process on adding a state misdemeanor prosecution unit to the city attorney's office.
Again, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. We want to make sure that we're a city of rules and laws that people follow. And if we can't rely on others to do it for us as we have in the past, then some issues we need to take into our own hands. So,
Didn't we already get a memo on this, on the costs?
We did prepare a memo and send it to you, and it's from last year. And I think what I'm hearing from Councilmember Kasakian is just when we come to budget time for next fiscal year, that there be a presentation on that, and then council can have a discussion about it.
Okay. And this would cost approximately $1 million a year?
Councilmember Devine, that was the estimate in terms of just the staffing for it. There would be other costs associated with the overhead and that sort of thing. So we would, once we come to the budget hearings next spring, we could provide that information to you.
Okay, so this will be rolled into the budget, that's what you wanted? Okay, any objections to that? Okay, then that,
I'll make that motion. Or if there's no objections, then
yeah. Do we need a motion in a second for the record?
I think you can do a motion in a second and then just
Okay,
accept it
so we have
without
a
objection.
motion, do we have a second?
yes, Councilmember Najarian, I think.
Okay, and then if there's no objection, we will consider that approved. Okay. Moving through the list, summary of the, I'm sorry.
Next is Councilmember Kasakian's request for a report on a summary of the agreements governing the Americana at Brand.
This isn't necessarily a priority item, but as I mentioned, that a number of staff members who were involved with this initial agreements, what made the Americana come about, will probably soon be on their way out retiring. Some have already left the city, like Mr. Phil Lanzafame. I think it's important for, we get asked questions all the time. Who does the green space belong to? Wasn't that supposed to be a city-owned park? What is the agreement regarding the parking? I think it would be good to have an afternoon informational, for report only discussion on the Americana, how that came about during the time of when we had economic development and we had those dollars, and also perhaps memorialize these things for other projects and agreements that would be in the future.
Go
ahead.
A comment I have is, I know a couple years ago, I asked this question, sat down with Phil Lanzafame, and he gave me this whole write-up on it.
Right.
And so we have a lot of detailed information, and it's absolutely so complex. That
just wanna
even
make
with
sure
my
that's not what-
finance background, I had a hard time getting my head around it, but I think we have it. It's just a matter of making it public. I don't know that we want to go through this whole discussion again and again.
And I went through it as well 2 years ago with Yasmin Beers. It supposedly is on our website, all of the information. It was under true, false, things that were being said. Were they true? Were they false? So all the information is available.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, yes, we do have a hefty set of documents. Not much has changed since then. We have, previous city managers have reported it to previous councils on 4 occasions. We do have a list of frequently asked questions. We put it on, I don't like the name of this page, but it's called rumor page. So all of it, the summary is available there. But again, if this council wants, would like a refresher, like I said, nothing much has changed since 2017. That was the last
2017 was the
time.
last report, correct?
Last report, but we'd be happy to bring it to you at a study session for your information. It is fairly complex, but it will take Mark Berry and Jillian Van Meiden quite a bit of time and effort to bring that forward. But Councilmember Kasakian has said it's not a high priority, so we can make arrangements once their plate is a little less full.
And before they're gone.
Before they're gone, yeah.
If I may, Mayor, I asked about this when I was on the Parks Commission. I have questions about the green space and the use of that. I think time and again, even when I tried to have a picnic there, if you bring in food from the outside, it's not allowed, but it's supposed to be our green space. I had posed some questions about what we got in return for, aside from the revenue that it's generating, but there used to be a kids' playground there. That is now a bar that's owned by Mr. Caruso, if that's I think that's my understanding. And so I just want to know how those transactions were done, and if it's not in that memo, I'd like for those things to be there as well.
Yeah, I think it is all in the memo. It's just that it's complicated, so reading the memo is pretty difficult.
Maybe we can get one-on-ones.
Maybe, yeah, that's what I've done in the past.
Yes, that's an alternative. If you like one-on-one briefings, would be more than happy to do that.
Because we have done this for the public on a number of occasions.
And it is on our website, too.
Okay, well, I would also like to know which of those meetings were. Maybe I'll go back and watch those, but yeah, I also will take the briefings.
Okay. How about we start with the briefings?
Okay.
And see where it goes. And if you like a study session collectively, then we can arrange for that, too.
Okay. And the last one is one I brought up. Can we just push this to, just continue it to next week? We're all getting tired. And let's just get on to oral communication. And is that okay with everybody? Any objection? Just push it out? Okay. Okay, we'll deal with that.
Thank you for indulging my many requests. I appreciate it.
Okay. So what is next?
I'm sorry. Oral communications, discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We have a number of cards and callers as well.
Can we have? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Aram Alajajian. Oh, this Aram Alajajian. Okay. I know you.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. I'm here with some of the members of our community. There are 5 of us that are going to speak, so I would like you to continue calling their names after myself, so because we're all speaking the same subject. For a difference this time, I'm here not about the architecture or presenting a project. I'm here to thank the city manager and police chief for attending the town hall meeting that we organized past week. As you know, The crime is taking a toll in the city of Glendale. Invasion of homes are daily issue with everyone, and all of you know about it. It has been very difficult time for myself and my family for past week or so. The intruder was in my home, but that's not the only reason. I hear almost every other neighbor has a similar issue. There's a problem going in the city. So what we are very concerned about, and 252 people showed up in that meeting, including the council members. Thank you, Elena Sadrian, for being there. Paula Devine, Ara Najarian was there, and of course, Ari Kasakian stayed a little bit longer to talk to some of the neighbors, and city manager, as well as the police chief, has answered a lot of questions that we had, how to confront those issues. We think, I've been getting a lot of calls past 2-3 days, from my neighbors, and that are very, very concerned. That we think that the police force that is doing a great job out there, and I see them every day right now, after the incident, after our meeting there, basically every day I see the car parked, or the police is, just driving around. That calmed the situation down a little bit, but it could be also false, because this afternoon around 2 p.m. they hit another home. So it is urgent for this council to come up with some sort of a budget supporting the police department, or hiring the outside security, private security, to help this situation with the police. I think it's very important. It's utmost important. We are living in dangerous times right now. They're hitting the businesses. It happened a month and a half ago in Americana. It's happening at homes right now. It is just spreading around. And I think we have no more time to wait. This cannot be placed in some sort of a discussion that will take months and months, because, we will be suffering for this. And this is your people. This is our community. This is Glendale. And we want to keep it as safe as possible. And I appreciate every one of you for attending there, and I appreciate if you can do something about it. I have other speakers. I want to give them reserve time for them.
Okay, who are the other? Melanie Melkonian?
I think Melanie will be next.
Diana
will be next.
Mayor Brotman.
And Paul Karapetian?
Paul Karapetian.
Can I
Is
make a
that,
quick
yeah,
comment?
just 1 second. I just want to, so 4.
Yes. 4.
Okay. Yes, please.
On the note of the outside security, I had actually contacted our police chief a couple of weeks ago, and then I also sent an email talking about maybe we look into that. I remember that one of the conferences we went to, Beverly Hills, for a short-term period, was hiring security because I recognize that the officers that are present there now, I know we're taking them away from somewhere else, but I'm not in law enforcement, but I do think that there needs to be something that's addressed, whether it's hiring outside for short term or whatever it may be. But I would like for that to be agendized at a future meeting for us to talk about.
Mayor Brotman, members of City Council, thank you, Mr. Halajajian.
You can take a seat. I'll call up the others in just a moment.
I would recommend not to agendize this item. Chief Sid and I have already started conversations around the topic of a private security within the limits of the city. There's a lot that needs to be considered. It's not as simple as just hiring security guards from different security operational entities, but we are fully aware of the situation. Chief Sid and the command staff, not after that town hall meeting, but previous to that, had deployed additional patrol around the neighborhoods that culminated in a significant reduction in burglaries that we had seen previously. So he has plans, the command staff have plans, and like I said, he and I are in the process of exploring all the options available to us, including some security measures by private entities.
So I think it would be worthwhile for us to be aware of what those measures are going to be, whether it's through a memo, but it's also, when I say like agendize, in order for us to have that conversation here. But I recognize that our chief also has long-term solutions that he's trying to work on, but we have currently a situation in our neighborhoods, and I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to, bring in resources if we need to bring in resources to make sure that our community is safe.
And I reassure you, Councilmember Sartrian, that we are doing everything we possibly can. There are certain limitations when it comes to security of our citizens, our residents, and law enforcement. So it's not a simple task, but it hasn't been forgotten. Like I said, as of last week, we've been having conversations. So once we have something concrete and in place, we will inform the public as well as the city council.
Yeah, and I'll just say one thing to Mr. Alajajian. I don't know if you were here earlier on in the meeting, but we had an item from the police department, and we allocated an additional $900,000 out of the general fund. So this is new money that we allocated to the police department for this real-time intelligence center that they're developing for these cameras. And so we are, please, I mean, we have, but I just want to tell you that we are working on these things. And I think that was a significant thing just earlier today.
Yes, for a long-term plan, absolutely. And you will see a line item in the upcoming on the 19th, December 19th, budget first quarterly update. There's a request for additional funding. All of that goes to show that we are aware, we are doing everything that we can, our police department, as well as my office. And we have short-term solutions and there will be long-term solutions, but it's not forgotten. This hasn't been put aside, and we're working on it as much as we can.
Yeah, okay. Melody, is it Melanie? Meline.
How are you?
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Brotman and council members. I've never been here, but I work in a different city, but I live in Glendale. I've been living here for over 39 years, and we did organize the meeting, and I really appreciated the council members that showed up, and also the chief. He was here a little earlier, but I did bring up at the meeting that we had 19 break-ins in a 28-day period in the North Hills area of Glendale. And going back to that crime mapping to July 1st till now, we've had 72. And I understand, Mr. Golanyan, that the city is really making an effort, but in the last 28 days, the 17 homes in our area that were targeted, and your task force that was created, and the long term and the short term, this is not helping us right now. We have the holidays coming up. We've had break-in after break-in after break-in, and it's been exhausting because in the last week and a half, the police force that showed a really heavy presence in our area, I really do appreciate that, but I don't even go home anymore. I drive around I drive the block one time, I drive the block 2 times. My home is secured. I have 2 dogs. I have cameras everywhere. I have a Ring camera. I have a security camera. I can't do anymore. And, Glendale used to be the safest city. It's no longer the safest city. If we've had 72 break-ins in the last July, August, September, October, November, December, it's too much. And something needs to be done immediately to alleviate this issue. No one is saying that the police force needs to be replaced, but in conjunction with what's happening right now, obviously they are understaffed. The police chief says so himself, and this needs to come to some sort of a resolution. This is not fair for the public, and North Glendale is suffering tremendously, and it's not fair. And we live here because it's a safe city. I no longer feel safe in my own home. You know, and I'm tired of people constantly talking about arm yourself, get a gun. Next time he comes in, I'm going to shoot. This is not, you know, I don't want to live in Texas. I live in California. I live in Glendale. And Texas is not for me. This city is for me. And I plan not on leaving, and I expect my city to do the residents of this city what needs to be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Diana Galostian? And please correct my pronunciation if it's wrong.
Good evening. My name is Diana Galustian. I live in Brockmont area, and I'm a victim of a burglary. My neighbors and I were living in fear for quite some time, and after so many break-ins, we finally decided to take the matters in our own hands and protect our homes and families by hiring a private patrol for our street. Our street has 24 homes. Not everybody is participating, but most of them are participating, and we've been having a patrol for last 8 months. We have not had any single incident since, and it's a proof that it is working, basically, for us. And I don't know how long my neighbors are willing to continue paying from their own pocket. So we are basically asking the city of Glendale to be a help to us and make sure that we will be protected for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Paul Karapetian.
Thank you, and I think Mr. Garpetian is also here to speak on this issue. So, thank you to the council members who showed up, and our police chief, who spent close to 2 hours fielding questions, and it was really impactful. So, public safety is the #1 issue for city government. If we don't have public safety, nothing else matters. Dog parks are great. I have a dog, big lab, 100 pounds. I want to take him to the park, but I don't want to think about someone breaking into my house while I'm at the park. And that's the reality of where we're at today. So this council is charged with public safety, and right now it's not meeting those needs. So on that, I want to just point out 2 things that I'm requesting. First, that public safety becomes the priority. #1, because without that, nothing else happens. In terms of the public safety, we've heard, I think the council acknowledges that we don't have enough officers. I think we're the 3rd or 4th largest city in the county. And in terms of the officers per 1,000 residents, I think we're near the bottom. We love to compare ourselves to other cities, but in this regard, when you compare us, we don't do very well. And I think these stats are right, as far as I know. I think the city of LA has 2.3 per 1,000 residents. City of Beverly Hills is north of 3 per 1,000 residents. Glendale has 1.2 per 1,000 residents. So I encourage this council to study this, because public safety is #1. Secondly, in terms of the thought process of a criminal, they should be dissuaded from even thinking about burglarizing a home. So they weigh the costs and the benefits, and right now the benefits outweigh the costs of burglarizing a home. And at some point, a burglary is going to turn into, God forbid, something worse. And it will be on this council's hands if that happens, because you are not doing enough to address public safety. The laws of this city, and I appreciate Councilmember Kasakian bringing this up, need to be enforced. And if this council, and I understand a little bit about how it works within the judicial system, if this council doesn't take steps to make sure that those who are in charge of prosecuting the crimes do that, then this council is failing in that regard as well. I guess my last comment is that this should be an issue for all of Glendale. This is not a north, a south, a east, or west. It's a Glendale issue, it's a public safety issue, and it affects everyone. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Alan Durham. Are you on the same subject? Because I can move you. Okay, I had your card placed later, but please, please, for the sake of consistency.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman and council members. Just a lighter note, in the spirit of fairness, and we're putting a human relation coalition together for our upcoming mayor. Please, please, please bring back 3 minutes oral communication to the beginning of the meeting, because I counted 10 people who left already. But as far as the crime goes, I'm here as well to voice my concern about public safety. We all know what's going on in our neighborhoods. The people who spoke today, they are from the same neighborhood. I live in Verdugo Woodlands. We know what's going on in Verdugo Woodlands. There was a shooting. The worst one that I think it's very scary to me and my family was 5 people with ski masks entered the home. 1 was in the car, 4 entered the home, took the safe off its foundation and walked out 10:30 in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning. And that is a scary thought, that people with ski masks, they have that much courage to come out with ski masks or risk and burglarize a home. I think one of the problems that we have is we need to understand what the problem is in general, and that is not prosecuting these crimes. People commit crimes are not being prosecuted. And early release of prisoners, we know the Prop 47, Prop 101, AB 47, all these ordinances or laws that were passed that added to the problem that we have today. Felonies were reduced to misdemeanor. Now we have to deal with all the consequences of these actions. We need to make sure our police department has all the resources that they need to secure the safety of our residents. In 2009 and 2008 and 9, we had 275 police officers. Today we have 248, and only 196 are on duty due to some illness, some injuries at work, and some are being retired. So if the answer is funding, we need to fund our police department to hire more police officers to patrol our streets. If the answer is private security, I know the city manager is working with our police chief to address it. Whatever has to be done needs to be done. Aaron was correct in, imagine you come home, there's somebody in your house. I mean, how can you go back to that house? It's very disturbing. And it's not just the homes, it's the businesses as well. In our office building, we are 2 blocks away from the City Hall on East Broadway. People walk in, it's an open office building. We started closing our doors down because we have a sign that only by appointment. People cannot walk in anymore. They would knock on our doors, they would walk in and ask kind of weird questions. You could tell that they don't belong to the building, but they're there, they're looking for something. It's getting scarier and scarier on daily basis. We have other resources, as was mentioned. The center that the police department is working to build, that we can cooperate and collaborate with businesses, with churches, with Glendale Unified School District, with GCC, wherever there are cameras, they can allow the police department, give access to the police department for real time to look at what's going on at the same time. Also, the homeowners can give, I have cameras at my house. Yeah, I wouldn't want the police department to look at my backyard, but the one that's facing the street, we can also grant access for police department. If there's a 911 call on real time, they can watch every street and find out what's going on. In general, I think we need for provide safety and security for our residents, and there is no way around it. There is no way around it. And as I mentioned, when there are 5 people show up with ski masks, they would do anything and everything because they know there are no consequences for their actions. They know that's not going to happen. It's book and release. And cash bail went away because they called. I don't know. I don't want to make this a political issue. It's a safety issue, and it's affecting everyone in the city, including you guys, including me and my family and everyone else in this room. So let's get to work and take care of this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alan Durham.
Mayor Brotman, members of the council, I'm Alan Durham. Thank you for letting me speak. My concern at this point is how agenda items are chosen for special city council meetings, which are always held in the afternoon as opposed to the regular evening council meetings. There were recently 2 consecutive special afternoon meetings with major items on the agendas that will affect development in Glendale for the foreseeable future. On November 14th, the afternoon presentation was on, quote, objective design standards for multifamily residential development, quote. On November 28th, the presentation was on, quote, entitlement and code review process, quote. Glendale residents have jobs, children to pick up from school, all number of other commitments on a Tuesday afternoon. Therefore, public attendance and participation at these afternoon special council meetings is extremely low compared to evening council meetings. And the fact that public attendance is low is sometimes used against us. For example, on November 28th, Kathy Yurka was mocked by a council member for being the only resident able to attend and speak in person at that afternoon meeting. Just so I don't get mocked for not having attended that meeting, I had a 3:30 cardiologist appointment that lasted over 90 minutes, which kept me from attending the meeting in person or calling in. Scheduling such important topics for special afternoon meetings gives the impression that the city wants to limit public awareness of these issues. There are many more mundane subjects that come up at evening council members that seem to be more appropriate for afternoon sessions. I want to thank Councilmember Kasakian and particularly Mayor Brotman for arguing on November 28th for the need for residents' input in the initial phase of the, quote, entitlement and code review process. If the city can interview a select group of developers and architects regarding their, quote, pain points about current codes and processes, there's really no reason not to also have surveyed active community members about their, quote, pain points as well. As was mentioned during the meeting, it's the residents who have to live with these development projects over the years that bear the brunt of them when they're poorly planned and designed. Personally speaking, my pain points are any number of past poorly planned and poorly designed projects in Glendale. Look no farther than Central Avenue. What could have been an innovative and inviting urban project is instead an urban nightmare that will be around for many years. And I don't appreciate hearing our city staff refer to Glendale's most active developers as, quote, frequent flyers, quote, who deserve, quote, concierge service, quote. To me, it implies that developers come first in the city and residents a distant second. These phrases conjure up a picture of the developers, to me, in my mind, in an airport lounge before priority business class boarding begins. Only afterwards do we residents get the opportunity to drag our baggage to cramped seats at the back of economy class. Thank you.
Thank you. Vahe Muradian.
Hello, everyone. I wrote an email to the city attorney's office that I didn't get a chance to send it yet because it's a little too long. I'm gonna revise it a little bit and I'll send it after this, but there's a little bit more that I need to talk about. So I've had this headache that has been getting worse and worse for the past 2 years, and I've come to the conclusion the only way for my headache to disappear or to even start being bearable to a point where it's not crippling me anymore, I have to share it with those who helped create it. Here's the little story from when I used to work here as an employee working down the ladder for all of you. I was scheduled for a meeting by my supervisor with our boss, and the title of that meeting was in regards to my effectiveness at my job, my ability to be productive. Doing everything I was told, being micromanaged from 7 a.m. straight to 5 p.m. when I was leaving wasn't enough. I actually got talked down once because I wasn't at my desk at 7 a.m., but rather at 7:02. I had to apologize for the 2 minutes it took me to walk to my desk from the moment I walked in because I was saying good morning to some of the fake people I worked with. In that meeting, I brought up my concerns about how things were going and the way we were being supervised. I was laughed at. 2 grown managers were laughing at me for that. After, it was our boss who told me, Vahe, we're not laughing at you, but we're laughing with you. Because we remember our time when we were younger here working and we didn't understand our job. We were going through difficult times and we see that in you, so we're laughing with you, not at you. The only problem with this was I wasn't laughing at all. If I cracked a smile during that time, it wasn't towards the topic of the meeting or being laughed at. It was in that meeting that I was told for the 3rd or 4th time in my total career and time working for the city that city employees don't have to be here working. To work for the city, you are agreeing to be a civil servant for the public. All city-related positions are public servants working for the public. The point I'm trying to get across is I'm no longer a city employee. I no longer work for any of you up here. But in all due respect, with each and every single one of your positions and how you got to where you are today, each and every single one of you do work for me because I am a part of the public. I'm your boss. I wasn't laughing during that meeting when I was being laughed at. I wasn't laughing when certain employees were stealing from me directly at work. I wasn't laughing when people were lying about me. I wasn't laughing when I lost my job. I wasn't laughing when I got a call from a lawyer telling me to pay money or else I'd be harassed. I wasn't laughing when I lost my home. I wasn't laughing when I got sued because of your employees. I wasn't laughing when Mike over here decided to lie to the police saying that I was gonna come and assault him. I wasn't laughing when he told the city attorney's office to apply for a restraining order on behalf of him. I wasn't laughing when I got laughed at enough. I'm gonna ask all of you to do your jobs one more time, or I could tell you my jokes that I find funny that will cause all of you to do your jobs. Like I'm asking one more time nicely. Please read the email that I will send after this meeting and look into what I'm asking all of you guys to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Levon Arroyan.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Levon Arroyan. I am Mahik Seferian. I'll be translating for him today.
Իմ հարցը շատ բավականին բարդ հարց է 2000 թվականի հետ կապված
I have a simple question that is related to the year 2000.
Ես եկել եմ Ամերիկա, դիմել եմ immigration եւ ստացել եմ փախստականի իրավունք։
I came to America, I applied for immigration, and I received the refugee status.
2002 թվականին ընտանիքով դիմել են գրին քարտի։ Իմ ընտանիքը ստացել է գրին քարտ, մինչև այսօր ես չեմ ստացել։
In 2002, my family and I applied for a green card. All of my family members have received it, except myself.
2004 թվականին մեկ անգամ էլ դիմել եմ գրին քարտի, եւս պատասխան չեմ ստացել։
In 2004, I reapplied again, and again, I did not receive any response.
2006 թվականին ունեցել եմ ստրոկ ձախ կողմս թուլացելա, որի հետևանքով հետո էլ չեմ կարողացել հետևել իմ գործերին։
In 2006, I had a stroke and my left side was weakened, and thus I wasn't able to apply again.
2012-ին ստացել եմ հարթատակ, ունեցել եմ open heart surgery։
In 2012, I had a heart attack and I needed open heart surgery.
Դրանից հետո 15 թվականին նորից դիմել եմ գրին քարտի, բայց ելի ոչ մի պատասխան չեմ ստացել։
Again, in 2015, I had applied for a green card, and unsuccessfully, I never received an answer once again.
Իմ խնդրանքս է, իմ հարցին օգնեք ճիշտ լուծում ստանալու 22 տարի է գրված եմ Section 8, հիմա իմ հերթս հասել է։ Ես շատ հիվանդ մարդ եմ, նաև ունեմ հենց հիմա սրտի արատ, որը նորից օպերացիայի է ենթարկված։ Իմ ձեռքին այս տարվա 3 օր, որ ես տունը ազատ եմ, չեմ կարողանում էլ վճարեմ, միայնակ եմ ապրում։
I'm a very sick man, and I'm here to request that your assistance. I've been on the Section 8 list for a long time, and I believe now it's my turn. I suffer from heart condition, and for the past few months, as you see these reports here, I have been unable to pay my rent, and I'm here to ask for your help.
22 տարի է Section 8-ի մեջ եմ, հիմա ինձանից approval-ի նամակ են ուզում։ Այս 22 տարվա մեջ immigration-ը ինձ ոչ մի պատասխան չի տվել, բայց իմ երեխաները citizen են, ես ունեմ white card, 23 տարի ապրում եմ Glendale-ում, նույն հասցեում, եւ խնդրում եմ իմ հարցին լուծում տվեք։ Էլ չգիտեմ ում դիմեմ, որպեսզի ինձ օգնի այդ հարցով գոնե Section 8-ս չգնա գա այսպես, տանեն, բերեն, ինչպես immigration-ում։
I have been on the Section 8 roster for 22 years, and right now they also requested some documentation and proof from me. I still do not have my green card, even though my family and my kids are already citizens. I am here to request your help because I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know who to go to or who to ask for more help. And I'm here to request that at least the Section 8, if it could be approved, that would help me tremendously.
Առայժմս այսքանը, եթե խնդրեմ ինձ կանչեք, խոսեք, տեսնենք ինչ լուծում կարող ենք իմ հարցին տալ։
And this is it. This is all for now. If there's any way you can contact me, call me, or provide me with any information so we can solve my issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ես շնորհակալ եմ ուշադրության համար։
Thank you very much for your attention and time.
Okay, yeah, and I just want to check something. We have a phone number. Okay. I don't want to necessarily read it out, but we have a phone number.
We have a phone number for him, but if there's also an eviction notice, maybe getting him also some resources. I don't know what his status is with Section 8. I also think it would be worthwhile for us to give him contact for Congressman Schiff's office.
Yeah, could somebody?
Yes, we already have staff there watching. I was getting notes that they were going to connect him with Congressman Schiff's office tomorrow morning. We'll follow up with those same staff tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right. Ramela Iragi. I think I need to go to the bathroom for this.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Yeah, as Mr. Allen said, all this council, it's all about the developers and not doing anything for the residents and for us, your boss. That's the interesting thing that you mentioned. Yes, we are your boss, but that's interesting thing is that this setting. This setting is like a only democratic workplace in this United States. Where this council don't give a shit. I'm sorry, don't give it down to their bosses, which we are. We are your bosses. So this is the only democratic place to work in. That's just put aside. I got. This letter from one of those senior citizen listing. The listing is like a 10 years wait list. And they want to know if I'm still want to stay on the waiting list. And as a matter of fact, in another way, they want to know if I'm still alive. And when I said this to Mr. Kasakian, he told, this very insensitively. So, my grandmother waited, died waiting for one in one of those lists. And this list even is not in Glendale. This is in Doherty somewhere. It's a 10 years waiting list. This is very insensitive of you, Mr. Kasarian, that you say, no, I'm a grandpa. Instead, let's say, it's very insensitive of you. And another issue that I want to talk is, there are people about some sort of resolution for renovations. People that are being evicted from their homes, and which I believe it's an unfair business practice. And I have a excerpt from one of those lawyer website that explains what unfair business practice is. Unfair business practice is a business practice that contradicts public policy or that is deemed immoral, unethical, or oppressive, or that causes injuries to consumers. So that means these people who are in the business of renovations are they're practicing unfair business practice. And in their case that they're in this case, the consumers, which are renters, are subject to unfair, they're subject to unethical and oppressive situations. Basically, I'm here to oppose the renovations, and as maybe this council will do something about it.
Okay, Peter Hebert.
I'll try to make this short. I know you want to go home, and this is not as weighty as anything else you've heard lately. I'm here to talk about the bicycle master plan. Went to the public hearing, and I want to commend the city. It is a network. It will allow people to travel throughout the city, to most places, and that's a good thing. It always nitpicks with it, but the main issue is the timeline. City of Glendale had a bicycle master plan 10 years ago, which included the Verdugo Wash. Here we are 10 years later, and we're hearing that it's still 20 years from being completed. Talking to the director of the bicycle plan, I hear that is also a 20-year plan to complete that. That puts us at 2043. If it happens, we know that last time it didn't happen. It's not close to happening. So the timeline of this simply has to be accelerated. To put it in context, I also served on the STAG committee with GWP that looked at the IRP for the next coming 20 years. And the city of Glendale, state of California, has an emissions target, 0 emissions by 2045 for our electricity supply. The city of Glendale has set a target for 0 emissions from 2035. That's great. I support that. Modeling in the IRP, and I should have been briefed to you already, so I won't want to give away anything. It's over $500 million extra to get the emissions to 0 10 years early for the residents of Glendale. And I would argue that that money can be much better spent on making road diets and safe active transportation throughout the entire city of Glendale, implementing a bicycle master plan would take far less than $600 million and could be done much faster, reduce equivalent emissions, and have far greater additional benefits as far as the distribution of the emissions, the pollution, resulting pollution, and the improved safety for all the residents of Glendale, drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Dish.
Good evening, City Council. I would like to talk about cancel culture, why I think it's problematic for building coalitions, and then I would like to talk about law and order, a leftist plea for law and order. First, cancel culture, my problem, it's not that I'm against it. I mean, it's goals, but you know what happens? Cancel culture, it fights for diversity and inclusion, perfect. But didn't you notice how practically apart from a couple of empty phrases like equality, there's no positive models. All they do is canceling, and especially they like this narcissism of small differences. Like, you know, we might both be anti-racist, but I would say, wait a minute, you used an expression there that can be used in a racist way. That's my reproach to cancel culture. It's not a tool to build larger solidarity. The so-called third world is much better at doing this. Like, I admire Iran, not the Ayatollahs, but that big movement after that Kurdish girl was killed. You remember, they did something there that the West is obviously not able to do. What began as a women's protest developed into a global movement, ordinary people, even some enlightened Muslims and so on. They all joined. That's what we need today. This is what the left is supposed to do, but no, the left and even the right now are systematically destroying themselves. I'm not a right-winger. The right is even worse, but you know where this self-destruction of our culture is at its worst? The right, who claims Christian tradition and so on. Oh my God, did you read, I mentioned it here, what happened a couple of months ago with Mormons? In Utah, Salt Lake City, a group of parents wrote to the school, pure Christians, demanding the Bible to be prohibited because they say it's too violent, too much sex, and so on. I find this so horrible and patronizing. Don't you think this cancel culture is so much penetrated with the spirit of suspicion, distrust, and despair? They cannot formulate a project. I'm not blaming this for the crisis of the left. The causes are deeper. But I just see in cancel culture and so on, a desperate attempt to change the issue. Instead of fighting real radical problems, exploitation of women and all that, slavery even, for example, Like, do we know how much slavery today still exists? No. We talk, are you he or she or they or whatever. I am for all these things. But again, these things sabotage the real struggle, which must be an encompassing struggle, and that's the genius in the US, if you ask me, of Bernie Sanders. So I will finish with what I really hate, just some negative things. Some of my friends cried when they saw 2 years ago, January 6th, whatever, when the mob stormed the Capitol. They said, but what is going on? We, the left, should be doing this. No, sorry. Now the right overtook us in obscenity, brutality, and so on. And now you will disagree with me, but why not appeal to people? And again, that's the achievement of Bernie Sanders. You know this much abused term, moral majority. I'm tempted to say sorry. We, the rational, moderate left, we are today the only entity which has the right to use the term moral majority. Just compare two persons, Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a conservative at all. He is, in his acts, the most obscene postmodernist you can imagine. He makes ironic jokes of himself, he is obscene, breaks all the rules. And if there is something that you can say about Bernie Sanders, it is that he is the embodiment of, in the real notion, moral majority. Common man, decency, and so on. Here, the left should begin to think seriously. My proposal is stop with all this, left, subversive violence. There's enough violence in the world today. If we measure progressiveness in this brutal sense of 1968 spirit of subversion and so on, sorry guys, the right took this over from us. The time is for law and order. Thank you.
Okay. Mary Cruz Moreno.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que por favor paren de todos los aquí en Glendale, tantos desalojos que hay. En un mes, 2 meses, no nos podemos ir en 60 días con nuestra familia. Está bien que compren las propiedades, pero por lo menos que nos dejen vivir más tiempo. Aquí en Glendale hay demasiados desalojos. Como yo, la propiedad apenas se vendió en septiembre y en noviembre quieren que ya nos salgamos. Ya nos mandaron a corte y no podemos salirnos en 60 días. Y somos personas de bajos recursos para agarrar un abogado.
Hello, everyone. I am asking to please stop all kind of evictions here in Glendale. There's a lot of going on. We have to live, we have to move out within 2 months of being evicted. We are here with all of this, with all the struggles in our families. And what I can tell you is that you can buy the properties, but we cannot live in 2 months. The property where I live was sold in September, and by October, I have to leave. Now I'm in the courts. We cannot move out in 60 days.
Ahorita ya estoy, ya nos mandaron a corte y no podemos irnos al instante, pero pues nosotros queremos quedarnos ahí porque no pagamos mucha renta y ahorita todas las rentas están demasiado altas. Ya tengo aquí viviendo en Glendale 27 años y no me puedo ir a vivir a Los Ángeles, a otro lugar, porque siento que aquí es más seguro.
And right now, what I can tell you is that since we're in court, we don't want to move out. We like living here because we pay little rent. We are low income. I've been living here for 27 years, and I don't want to move to LA.
Eso es lo único que les pido, que paren de tantos desalojos. Hay tanta gente, demasiados desalojos. En la calle que yo vivo hay como 10 departamentos de tantos desalojos y yo pienso que eso no es justo. Que nos saquen así nada más como en 60 días. Eso no. Ya tengo la corte, tenemos que ir a corte a Pasadena y tengo entendido que las personas allá en Pasadena son muy duras con la gente de bajos recursos, porque yo sé que nosotros no somos mayoría para hablar y no estamos muy como ustedes que están preparados. Pero eso es lo único que uno quisiera, que ustedes que pararan tanto desalojo y para poder uno estar aquí más tiempo viviendo aquí mismo en Glendale con nuestra familia, porque
And like I said, we are already going to court. We cannot move out in 60 days. We have to go to court in Pasadena. And from what I've known, in Pasadena, people are harsh to low-income families. We are not the majority, and we are definitely not like you prepare people. In my street, there's about 10 apartments that are being evicted. We cannot live in 60 days. We cannot move out in 60 days. Please, I'm asking you to stop all evictions here.
gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we have 2 more cards. I think you're translating for both Maria Hernandez and Maria Moreno.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es María Hernández.
My name is Maria Hernandez.
Vivo aquí en Glendale casi por 30 años.
I've been living here in Glendale for almost 30 years.
Y la misma razón que acaba de explicar Maricruz,
And the same reason that Maricruz just explained,
quisiera que por favor escuchara nuestras situaciones
I would like for all of you to please listen to our situations
y que pongan más atención con los dueños,
and to please pay more attention to the landlords,
porque los dueños con las mentiras de que quieren meter familiares,
because the landlords with their lies that they trying to move in family members,
quieren desalojar al inquilino
they trying to evict the tenant
cuando el inquilino jamás ha faltado con una renta.
when the tenant never missed a rent payment.
Yo estoy en esa casita por casi 8 años.
I've been living in that little home for 8 years.
Pasamos la situación del COVID.
We went through the COVID situation.
Perdí a mi madre.
I lost my mom.
Perdí a mi hermano.
I lost my brother.
Nunca falté con mi renta.
I never missed my rent.
Y la dueña me está sacando con mentiras.
And the landlord lady is trying to evict me with lies.
Es injustamente lo que ella me está haciendo.
It is extremely unjust and unfair what she is doing to me.
Porque yo viví casi 5 años
Because I lived almost 5 years
sin agua caliente.
without hot water.
Porque mi boiler se abrió de abajo.
Because my boiler cracked down from the bottom part.
Llamé a los bomberos.
I called the fire department.
Llegaron a cerrarlo.
They came to shut it down.
Y yo le notifiqué a la dueña
I notified the landlord lady
que el boiler estaba fuera de servicio.
that the boiler was out of service.
Me dijo que iba a mandar al muchacho que limpia afuera,
She told me that she would send the guy that cleans outside,
lo cual nunca lo hizo.
which she never did.
Ella falleció.
She passed away.
Le notifiqué a la hija
I notified the daughter,
y ella su contestación fue,
and her answer was,
¿por qué nunca me habías dicho?
how come you never told me?
Mi contestación fue,
My answer was,
yo le notifiqué a tu mamá
I notified your mom
porque fue la que me rentó
because she was my landlord,
y ella sabía que yo no tenía agua caliente.
and she knew that I did not have hot water.
Y la hija tampoco no hizo nada.
And the daughter didn't do anything as well.
El 20 de abril del 2023
On April 20th of 2023,
me dio la notificación
she gave me the notice
que me daba 30 días para salirme.
that she was giving me 30 days to move out.
Cuando yo le contesté que yo no tenía para dónde yo moverme,
When I told her that I didn't have anywhere to go,
soy una persona enferma y vivo sola,
that I was an ill person and by myself,
mi salario es 1,100 por mes,
my income is of $1,100 a month.
ella me dijo que me podía mover a un apartamento de 2 recámaras,
She told me that I could move into in a 2-bedroom apartment,
lo cual quería desalojar a esa persona con 2 personas discapacitadas,
which she trying to evict those people, 2 handicapped people.
pero gracias a Dios,
But thanks to God,
alguien me orientó que había un sindicato de inquilinos unidos.
somebody guided me that there was a United Tenants Union.
Yo me uní a los inquilinos
I joined to the tenants
porque yo estaba deshecha, no tenía vida.
because I was destroyed. I had no life.
Yo lo dije fuerte que no quería ya vivir porque no tengo los recursos para salirme a rentar un apartamento más caro.
I said strong that I didn't have any will to live because I couldn't afford a more expensive unit.
Y es muy duro no poder dormir en las noches
And it's very hard not able to sleep at night,
pensando a dónde voy a ir a dar más que a la calle.
just thinking where I was going to end up, but in the streets.
La dueña me mandó a la corte.
The landlord lady sent me to court.
Ella no deja de hostigarme.
She does not stop harassing me.
Yo hablo con el sindicato de los inquilinos.
I have talked to the tenants union,
Ellos los que me dicen que tenga paciencia, que todo va a estar bien,
and they tell me to be patient, that everything is going to be okay.
porque la verdad yo ya no aguanto esta vida tan difícil.
Because in all honesty, I can no longer stand this life, very difficult life.
Desde que yo pisé Glendale no he salido del área de Glendale
Since I set foot on Glendale, I had never left Glendale.
porque en mis emergencias yo corro al Glendale Memorial
Because when I have an emergency, I go to Glendale Memorial.
y yo no me quiero ir a vivir a Los Ángeles.
And I do not want to move to LA.
Les pido aquí de corazón a todos
I ask you here from the bottom of my heart
que escuchen nuestra situación,
to please listen to our situations.
porque es una vida muy difícil
Because it's a very difficult life.
que los dueños creen que ellos tienen el derecho de, en el momento que dicen,
That the landlords think that they have the right whenever they say,
quiero la vivienda,
I want the unit,
uno tiene que salir.
you have to move out.
Es una situación muy difícil
It's a very hard situation
estar en una corte.
to be in a courtroom.
Y de corazón les pido aquí a todos
And from the bottom of my heart, I ask all of you
que nos apoyen.
to please support us.
A veces sentimos
Sometimes we feel
que por el idioma,
like because of the language,
por la raza que somos latinos,
for the race that we are Latinos,
no tenemos apoyo.
we do not have support.
Yo aquí estoy hablando la verdad
I am speaking here the truth
porque acabo de conocer a la persona
because I just met the person
que me apoyó cuando yo andaba buscando
that has supported me when I was looking for
las pruebas
the proofs
de que el boiler fue cancelado.
that the boiler was shut down.
Yo decía que más de 3 años,
I said that more than 3 years,
pero son casi 5 años.
but they were actually almost 5 years.
Y eso es injusto,
And that is very unfair
que los dueños
that the landlords
no se apiaden del inquilino
do not have mercy
y nada más,
tenant,
digan,
and they just say,
te vas para afuera.
you gotta get out.
De corazón les pedimos la ayuda,
From the bottom of our hearts, we ask for help.
porque si esa dueña sale con las suyas que yo pierda en corte,
Because if the landlord wins and I lose in court,
abajo del freeway me voy a ir a vivir.
I'm going to live under the freeway.
No tengo para pagar $2,000 de renta.
I do not have to pay $2,000 of rent.
Y de verdad que es un estrés que las noches para mí son los días.
And it's very stressful. The nights seem days.
Tengo pruebas
I have proof
de que mi diabetes
that my diabetes
de 450 no baja.
of 450 does not come down.
Porque como aquí yo vengo a hablar con la verdad,
Because since I'm here speaking the truth,
si me investigan, saben que voy a decir que estoy diciendo la verdad.
if I'm investigated, they will find out that I'm saying the truth.
Y si no hubiera sido por los sindicatos que me han indicado que tenga paciencia
And if it weren't from the tenants unit that had asked me to be patient
y que me llaman para hablar conmigo que si estoy bien,
and that call me and ask me if I'm doing okay,
yo ya no estuviera aquí.
I wouldn't be here.
Estuviera en un hospital.
I would be at a hospital.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Can I ask, will you
Yeah.
ask her if, are they all from the same unit? They're all different addresses?
¿Ustedes son de diferentes direcciones?
Sí.
Yes.
All different addresses. Is
Diferentes
everyone in
direcciones.
her complex being evicted?
¿Todos en su unidad o
Or
en su
just
complejo
her?
han sido desalojados o solamente usted?
Nada más soy yo.
Just me.
Just her? How many are in the unit? How
¿Cuántos
many-
están en la unidad?
Nada más son duples.
It's duplex.
Oh, duplex. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. And Maria Moreno,
Yeah.
This is-
she's in another location.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you so much for listening to us.
Mi situación es la misma.
My situation is the same one.
Mi dirección es 464 West Wilson. En
My
Glen,
address is 464
Sí.
464
West Wilson,
West Wilson,
Glendale, California. El zip,
here in Glendale, California.
el zip code es 91203.
Zip code 91203.
La dueña de donde yo vivo son 2 unidades.
The landlord into where I live is 2 units.
Las personas que viven atrás
The people that live in the back
son personas que son como cholillos.
they are like gang members.
Y el 15 de agosto,
And on August 15th,
ellos siempre bloquean el driveway.
they always block the driveway.
Y yo tengo que llamar al departamento de policía para que los muevan.
And I have to call the police department to move them.
Y el 15 de agosto,
And on August 15th,
la señora de atrás salió
the lady from the back came out
y me agredió, me rayó aquí la cara y me rayó la mano.
and she assaulted me. She scratched my face and my hand.
Mi hijo llamó a la policía
My son called the police,
y la policía me dijo que si quería que la iba a llevar arrestada.
and the policeman said that if I wanted, I could have her arrested.
Y yo le dije que no,
And I said no,
porque yo tengo mi hijo de 16 años y no quería problemas para él.
because I have a son, a 16-year-old son, and I don't want problems with him.
A las 2 semanas me llegó una demanda de Pasadena
2 weeks later, I received a suit notification from Pasadena.
Fui a contestar la demanda
I went to contest that suing,
y el juez fue muy injusto conmigo.
and the judge was very unfair with me.
Ni siquiera quiso ver mis evidencias.
He did not even want to look at my proof.
Solo ella dijo que estaba siendo desalojada.
She just said that she was being evicted,
Y el juez dijo, ok, ella se va a ir de la propiedad.
and the judge said, okay, she has to leave the property,
Y me puso una orden de restricción
and
a
she
mí
filed a restriction order
cuando yo fui la agredida.
when I was the one who was aggravated.
Y yo le daba mis evidencias y él me dijo que no.
I wanted to provide him with the proof, and he said no.
Me siento muy triste por la discriminación que hay.
I feel very sad because of the discrimination that is going on.
Ahora la dueña quiere que me mueva.
Now the landlord lady wants me to move out.
Yo no tengo dinero para pagar un abogado.
I do not have the money to pay for a lawyer.
Y me está dando solo 60 días.
And she is just giving me 60 days.
Yo no sé qué hacer.
I do not know what to do.
Ya no puedo hablar. Gracias por escuchar.
I cannot speak anymore. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Mr. Galanian, we have contact information, we have addresses for all of these folks. Could we get their phone numbers and see if we can make sure they're getting whatever legal advice services that we're able to provide? Okay. Okay. It's difficult. Okay, Jen Rosser.
Good evening again, council members. I'll make it quick because I'm the last of the night. Woohoo, encore. I just wanted to come up here and talk to, you've heard my story, you've heard my neighbor's story. I just wanted to talk a bit about evictions, what it means. And I didn't know this before I got my first notice, so if you will indulge me, I would like to share with you what I've learned about evictions. Because the eviction is not just the notice. These 60-day notices that we're getting, they're not, I mean, they are legal, but they're not, it's not a court case. There's nothing to do. A notice is just a notice, and that's what Eviction Defense Network tells us. That's what any lawyer who, when you get one of these notices, you call them and they say, I can't take your case until you have an unlawful detainer. Well, you know, that means you have to wait out your notice, and you have to wait and wait for this unlawful detainer to come. And as you've heard about my story, I've been waiting for 10 months to get an unlawful detainer so that I can fight it. Now, most lawyers won't touch a case without an unlawful detainer. All of the neighborhood legal services, any of the free legal services, they will not touch it until you have an unlawful detainer. But once you get that unlawful detainer, now you're on the record. Now it's like getting a demerit on your report card, or like, you know, when we were in high school of like, oh, it's gonna go on your permanent record. That's what an unlawful detainer does. And so now you're going to court, and if you have a lawyer, you probably can settle outside of court. You can seal your record, and when you seal the record, it's not going to follow you. But if you don't have a lawyer, which only 10% of renters are represented by lawyers in eviction cases, if you don't have a lawyer, you're probably not going to be able to settle. You're probably not going to be able to seal your record. You may not even know to ask. So when you go to court for an eviction case, you have the landlord who's most likely represented by legal aid, and you have the tenant who is not. And so now you have a tenant who is being evicted, goes to court, most likely loses because they do not have legal representation, and the landlord does. And then that eviction is now on file. It is now going to follow you. It's going to affect your credit score. It's going to affect your ability to get future housing. This is what, you know, we are so nervous about getting, and so desperate to get to fight this. And if you stay and try to fight it, then you are kind of playing this gamble of whether or not you're gonna win in court. And if you're low income and you have no place to go and you can't afford a lawyer, you don't have a choice. And it's not a choice to stay, and it's not a choice to leave. Because if you leave, where are you going to go? And if you stay, how are you going to defend yourself in court? This is what I've learned, and how the system is really broken for renters, and why I feel like I have to fight, even though the emotional strain is incredibly taxing. I mean, come on, 10 months. I could have had a baby by now. Like, sorry, my mom was the OBGYN nurse, so I always think about anything in 9-month segments is that could have been a baby. But, you know, I bring this all up, and I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I just felt like I needed to share what I had learned so that y'all can know the real stakes here for renters who are facing any eviction of any kind. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have people on the phone? How many? Okay. We're not going to take any more. Okay, so it'll be those 4.
Our first caller is Tina Kurtulian. Tina, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, I am on the call. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Greetings, Glendale City Council members and Mayor. My name is Tina Kurtulian, and I have been a City of Glendale resident since 1997. I'm here to talk about and raise awareness for safety and security within our city overall, as well as school safety in and around our schools in Glendale today, as well as within our community. I have 2 children at GUSD schools, and I have also been a parent at Glendale schools for over a decade. On November 8th, my husband's office off of San Fernando Road in Glendale was burglarized. We were, of course, shaken, felt violated, and started being more aware of our surroundings. Then, on November 17th, my older son, 15 years old, and his friend were robbed in bright daylight on a busy street while walking back home from Glendale High School, 1 block away from school. His friend's wallet was stolen, and my son's shoes were taken off his feet after being threatened with a possible concealed weapon. This incident is following 2 additional burglaries that happened at a school's property. One when the football team's lockers were broken into, and another time when, again, my son's wallet was stolen out of his backpack while at school. I don't even want to get into unresolved and unsafe traffic situation at Glen Oaks Elementary, which was never properly addressed. All I'm thankful for at this time is that nothing happened to my son on November 17th. Even though we had a lot of losses during my husband's office robbery, nothing is irreplaceable as long as we are alive and we have our health. However, I am shaken and very unhappy with the number of incidents happening in our city. As I have heard earlier with the other residents that their homes were being burglarized also. I know we are not the only ones who are getting hit with similar matters. I have been hearing from many citizens of the increased unsafeness of our city and of the safety and security issues within our community, businesses, and children. And I remember moving into Glendale and living as an international student in '97, living alone with no fear because Glendale was a historically known city to be safe. I even recall forgetting my keys on my door one night and finding it on the next morning as I left it. I used to take late night walks on the city streets by myself. Unfortunately, today, after 25 plus years, I am afraid to do that. I am afraid to send my 15-year-old to walk to school by himself. I am afraid to allow my 6th grader to walk to school, who goes to Glen Oaks Elementary and is encouraged by school admin to walk to school to reduce the traffic congestion. But would you allow that if you were in my shoes? Of course not, after the latest incident. That's why I am here to urge and ask you to take an immediate action with the security and safety issues within our community and residents, to keep our residents, businesses, and students safe. I would also like to ask you to take a solid and immediate action with our police department and ask for more support and better and effective patrol planning before and after school and at night rather than wasting the money at other things. When an issue is predictable, it is preventable by taking an action, and your community is expecting to see an immediate and concrete action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Alex Hernandez. Alex, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Hello?
Hi. Go ahead.
Oh, is it my turn?
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sure. Let me give me a second to get ready. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and speak.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Alex. Last time I was at the city council meeting, I was called childish and I think nuisance by the mayor for saying that we need to have a moratorium on evictions. But before I go into that, I think that city council needs to pay the $53,000 a year per translator so that there can be a guaranteed translator at every meeting. If you can find other options to have guaranteed translators, do that. But there needs to be a guaranteed translator every meeting without us having to request it. Because to request a translation 72 hours in advance for every single meeting is a barrier for residents in Glendale who are not familiar with the processes of city council. If your job as city council is to represent and listen to Glendale residents, you need to make these meetings as accessible as possible for your constituents, many of whom are Armenian and Latin American migrants who do not speak English. And you're probably wondering, where can the city get this money? Easy. You take it from the police department budget. Glendale residents don't need more police. They need more easily accessible translators so that they can actually be heard by the city. Secondly, as y'all have already seen tonight, so for context, I'm part of the Glendale Tenants Union, and I've been in the union for like a year. In that short year, I've witnessed so many evictions based on renovations, also known as renovictions. And just this past weekend, a complex of 8 tenants were served unlawful detainer court orders for renovictions. Mind you, none of the eviction notices had the proper permits attached. So now these 8 families have to go through the grueling process of eviction court, even though the landlord is acting unlawfully in the first place. The city has no system of accountability for the eviction, which is why we need rent control in Glendale. Landlords get away with acting unlawfully all the time in Glendale because the rental rights program has no language about reinforcement. Multiple tenants have said that in the past, they have called the city to inform them that their landlord is not following the ordinance. But the city worker told them that the city does not have to enforce its own laws. That doesn't make any sense. That's crazy. This just shows how useless the current rental rights program is and why we need more than just the revisions proposed by the tenant landlord ad hoc committee. We need a moratorium ban on based on rent-evictions. Hell, we need a moratorium on all evictions. Because when tenants pay their rent, landlords are supposed to provide us with safe housing in exchange. So why are we at the risk of permanently losing our homes just because my landlord needs to make repairs? Tenants need to be guaranteed a right to return at the same price of rent, and tenants also need to be provided with temporary housing at a hotel or whatever while the renovations happen, paid for by the landlord or the city. Again, you're probably wondering, where is the city going to get the money for temporary housing for tenants displaced by renovictions? Take it from the police. We don't need more cops. We need housing. I heard talking about crime in Glendale, la-di-da-di-da. This is like some right-wing war on crime bullshit. We all know that if you don't want people breaking into your houses, you don't want people stealing, give them food, give them education. Like, oh my God, like, give people their basic needs. That's why, Robin Hood. Like, why is Robin Hood stealing? To feed people. Anyways, all of this to say that I urge City Council to agendize a moratorium on renovictions and a ban on renovictions, period. Good day.
Thank you. Our next caller is Giselle Reynoso. Giselle, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Hello. First and foremost, I would appreciate your full and divided attention. I understand that you all kind of comment to one another, but I think, yeah. So this week, many of you explained the need for renovations on buildings in Glendale, and I heard that, you want to ensure healthy living conditions and habitable homes, and I completely agree with that sentiment. No one wants to live in an uninhabitable home. The issue is that when tenants are evicted due to so-called renovations, most of the time the tenants are not allowed to return to their homes. They're pushed to places with equally or even more unhealthy living conditions, more densely populated cities like Los Angeles that are also being gentrified, to shelters or to the streets of Glendale and neighboring cities. Meanwhile, only people who can afford the increased rent post-renovation reap the benefits of habitability. By allowing renovation to continue, your actions that more wealthy tenants do deserve those habitable living conditions you've talked about, while low-income working class communities, who are also your constituents, do not. It's unethical and elitist, to say the least, but if the point was to renovate in order to create healthy living conditions, tenants would be allowed to return to their homes after renovation. But that isn't the point. The point of renovation is profit, and that's the issue that I wish you all understood. The majority of landlords who evict tenants do so to increase rent for new tenants or to sell to an LLC who will raise rent to impossible prices for low-income working-class families. This system incentivizes landlords to essentially let their buildings deteriorate, which they do, so that they can then evict and sell to an LLC who has the funds for building cost and renovation. This is what's happening in Maricruz's case, who you just heard, where all 8 tenants who have lived there for years, never missed rent, and have put up with uninhabitable conditions are being evicted after their buildings were sold to an LLC who wants to renovate them and likely turn them into luxury townhomes for wealthier people. Last week, I also heard various council members ask staffers whether there's a record on unlawful evictions or a way to keep track of them. Unless the case is taken to court, there isn't, as I'm sure your staffers let you know. Landlords in Glendale can, and many have written eviction letters without having proper renovation permits. They've lied about moving family members since there's no protections on that. They've harassed tenants out of their homes and threatened to call the police to scare tenants into compliance, all of which they've gotten away with because all of you allow it. And as your constituent, the fact that you do have protections in place for tenants is extremely concerning and incredibly disappointing. In your comments last week, most of you think a temporary moratorium on evictions is radical, but it wouldn't even begin to address the depth of the issue. It's merely a Band-Aid that would help people keep a roof over their heads while you all develop long-needed legislation that enforces laws to prevent landlords and LLCs from exploiting and displacing your constituents. Tenants are more than willing to continue paying rent. They won't let their landlords go hungry. They aren't asking for a moratorium on rent. They're asking to keep a roof over their heads. Lastly, last week, one of the landlords who stepped up here asked the council not to make emotional decisions. In case you took his words to heart, I assure you people keep a roof over their heads is not emotional, nor is it radical. In the least, it's humane. And as our leaders, I hope you do consult your humanity when making decisions that affect people's livelihoods and their survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Jordan Henry. Jordan, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, yes. Thank you for taking my comments tonight, Council. I'm very disappointed to see that Ellen Asatrian is missing. She left early, apparently. I did want to address the fact that she, is currently running for assembly in the middle of her current term for City Council. She ran for this term knowing that it was a 4-year commitment, yet she is leaving or attempting to leave this position, and I find that to be disturbing. The people of this community voted to have her on this council, yet she is leaving like she left here. Sorry, my feed is coming back. I'm a little late, so she's back right now, but I'm disappointed to see that she was gone for so long and is running for assembly in the middle of her term. I'm calling also in support of the people who spoke out in favor of public safety for increasing policing. But this is not the entirety of the issue. As I'm sure you guys all know, this is a systemic issue. Criminals are very aware that the no bail policy that currently is in place will allow them to get away with certain things and not be held accountable and get away and have the ability to evade accountability. And we also know that through DA Gascon, there is a lack of enforcement of current law. The previous city council did not support a vote of no confidence for Gascon, and clearly we're now seeing the product of that. Those repercussions are in part on the city council, many of which in that previous term are sitting here today. This is something to seriously consider. Vartan Garpetian earlier tonight said this is not a political issue. I believe that it is a political issue. And as elected officials, you all have the ability to endorse other candidates other than Gascon and the judges who are deciding these cases for no bail and lack of enforcement. Please exercise your ability to do that. You have the obligation to protect this community, and with your political power, you can do that. I do hope that you'll consider this. This is a quality of life issue. It's time to take responsibility for these. There's a candidate running for Glendale City Council currently, Karen Kwok, who has actively supported DA Gascon. She's vocally said as much. She and Artie Kasakian were both endorsed by GTA recently in their campaigns. So there's pressure probably to fall in line here, Mr. Kasakian. But please understand that your tacit support of Gascon by not endorsing an opposing candidate results in the type of increased crime that we're currently seeing on Glendale residents. Please support the police. Please try to meet other cities' ratios for police representation per citizenship. And also exercise your political ability to endorse candidates who support public safety. That responsibility is on you. And the citizens of this community are watching. This is a top priority. And in fact, it's the primary priority for City Council. I've got two little kids and a third kid on the way. I left Los Angeles because of crime. My house was burglarized. We had several shootings on my street, and I moved to Glendale because it's a safe city. Yet we're seeing the same phenomena occur here that's occurring in Los Angeles. This is no longer an isolated city-to-city problem. This is a county issue that you all need to address and support this publicly, vocally, repeatedly. Please heed the words of those taxpayers, those residents, the citizens of Glendale. This is your responsibility. And Ellen, I hope you'll rescind your candidacy for assembly because you should finish your 4 years on city council, which you worked hard to get. Congratulations. But it's a slap in the face to this community for you to run for assembly in the middle of your term for city council. Thank you.
Mayor, just for public record, there are cameras in the back and there's a microphone in the back, so any one of us that goes in the back can actually hear everything that's happening out here.
Okay, was that our last?
That was our last call.
Okay, so I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned, 11:11.